Um, very cool. All right, we're gonna start. We're just gonna start right back up. Um, Thailand, thanks for all the recordings, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, I got you.
I watched all of them.
I still don't know how to fix my audio, but other than that, they're fine.
I think maybe it's because it's coming from your mic, so it's not as loud. Like I don't know really know how the recording works, but
You should be able to turn yourself up individually from the computer sound.
Yeah, what recording do you use? What screen recording software?
I think it's OBS. Yeah, it's OBS.
Okay.
cool. Well, as a quick recap of what happened last session, a ton of things happened last session. Um, the party was split, and in their division, were able to like cover a lot of ground and talk to a lot of people on the island. Um, Gallet, Buru, and Alok learned from Tink that some stuff has been going on, that there's an execution happening. Not too many details as to what this woman Palm actually did. Only really revealed that it included fire. Something fiery happened. People seem a little cagey about it. At least the Warforged you talked to seem cagey about it. And Palm herself has very little memory of the event. And it was revealed that Palm was also a member of the Hadzi from the same monastery that Buru is from. Um, the three boys walked over and found her in the stockade, had a conversation with her. Buru gave her a spark stone, which has the power to spark up a flame almost infinitely, even underwater. Um, and then on the other side of the island, we had Ruby and Suma going out. Suma had to send a letter to somebody, which was not been revealed who he was sending a letter to. But on their way, they met Deborah the Goblin, who is kind of has been put in charge. She was described as having Simon energy, which I cannot disagree with. Um, at this postmaster's office, they met this detective woman named Tracker, who gave them these little stones that can basically have the spell sending enchanted into them. So they each have one use of the words of the spell sending, but only to Tracker. Then they went and investigated Aurelius's place, got some stuff from his to bring back to him. Um, Discovered the message saying, "Say hello to the Storm King for me," from Rotwood. And this name Rotwood has come up in each of our split parties investigations. Whoever Rotwood is, all we know that he has a laboratory uh, in Lagan. We know where it is, and are looking to investigate it. Along our way, we back to the ship. Simon got emotional at some point. Um, Aurelius is kind of conscious, but not super conscious. He's still struggling. Um, we found these magical earrings. Oh, and we brought Aurelius to Tink's place. We found these magical earrings, which have the Roman numeral 2, kind of like as part of this jewelry box. Um, and then we all learned of Patrice's passing. We went to the Cork and Cove. We met who we know to be a part siren woman and this half orc who were running this tavern, and we found that Patrice had moved on and that his disappearance was linked to whatever mysterious powers are kind of powering Alok's necklace. We're gonna resume kind of at this bar, at the Cork and Cove, where everybody, your crew, you haven't known them for very long. Um, you haven't seen them express that much emotion other than we are either following orders, getting drunk, being rowdy, or in the case of Suzanne, being belligerent, or in the case of Simon, being on the verge of a nervous breakdown almost perpetually. Um, this is the first time you think you have ever really seen them sad. Um, you see them huddled in groups, perhaps like the people who like bunk together in the small rooms at Port Ship are drinking together and singing songs, and many a glass and mug is lifted in honor of Patrice. He seemed to be the kind of man that nobody disliked and everybody would turn to. A lot of touching stories are told. You can see that even Suzanne is somber as the reality of his death has really begun to sink in, and people are getting extremely drunk in order to cope with this. Um, Although you do notice that Suzanne is only drinking water. Um, yeah, it's a somber mood in this bar. It's loud, but in bursts, and when the laughter and the rabble rousing kind of ebbs away, you can hear the pain in the silence. You all are kind of huddled around the same table. You have been kind of discussing your game plan for how to approach this laboratory. What is everybody drinking or feeling right now? What is everybody doing at the moment?
Got a glass of, well, got a little mug of ale, and yeah, just like a somber, not talking too much, but still trying to get the conversation, keep on going, make sure we're on track.
How much would a round of beans for everyone cost?
A round of beans is
Mm.
for everybody in the bar, including yourselves, or just the group?
Crew.
For the whole crew, that's gonna run you 2 gold. 2 gold for that many beans. Especially with the voracious appetites of everybody on the ship.
I'm gonna
Um,
buy some beans for everyone.
cool. You buy some beans. Suma and Ruby, what are you up to?
I think I've got a mug of something coffee adjacent, like whatever this
Mhm.
world's,
We'll say coffee. We'll say coffee.
thing is. And yeah, kind of the same somber in respect for people's grief, but also we have many more things to do before the night is through, so kind of got his business face on.
I'm probably hiding out from that drunk guy and then nursing a beer. Not really sure how I feel about the whole Patrice thing yet because emotions are weird for me. So just walking
Valid.
around.
Cool. Alok. What does Alok drink?
Milk if they have it, otherwise water.
Milk if they have it. Okay. Um, Dell, when she had originally taken your order, was confused and thought that you were joking when you ordered milk, and so she has given you set down in front of you looks like a flagon of ale, and so uh you take this back to the counter like I don't drink, or maybe just I don't want to drink right now, and you see Miela there, this part siren young woman. She's sitting there, kind of. You see that she looks frazzled. Like her hair is kind of in a tizzy from running around and making sure all these rowdy pirates, these grieving, crying pirates, or at least sailors, have gotten all their drinks and have settled down. You can tell that she's also been doing some emotional support for Dell, who has been in a state of panic over the damages to this place. They've received gold, but it's still kind of a bitch to deal with. Um, and you see she smiles at you, and you can see that her ears they're kind of finned. And on closer inspection, as you look down at her hand, which is scrubbing at the counter with this rag, you can see that at the edges of her fingers are also slightly webbed. And she smiles at you, and she takes out the coin that you had given her, but she still doesn't know why you gave her that coin.
Yeah, no, I don't know why I did.
And she kind of raises an eyebrow.
I'm not gonna take it back.
Yeah, do you say that to her?
No, I'm just. He'll probably just ignore her or just smile and awkwardly move on.
She kind of hunts you down. If you move further down the bar, she follows you, and then she wait.
We ain't done.
She waves the coin again, and you see she does a little thing where she takes the rag, whoops it in front of over her hand, and then does this, and the coin has vanished. And she makes a really big show out of it, and then she plucks it from behind your ear, and it kind of just laughs to herself silently. Um, You don't know why, but you feel lighter. You feel a little bit like there's a little bit inside of you that feels like I can do anything. Maybe it just lasts for a brief moment, but you feel a sense of like, wow, I feel empowered for some reason. Go ahead that you and mark down that you have 1d8 of bardic inspiration. Cool. Yeah,
I say he doesn't have confidence often. Okay.
you gave her gold. I wanted to honor that. Cool. Gallad, you are sitting there at the table, and you can feel a weird, creepy, crawly sensation over your skin. Like it feels like water. You know what it feels like when water trickles down like your back? It feels kind of eerie. Imagine water all over your skin trickling up. You kind of
Where
feel
is it
that.
meeting anywhere? Like meeting at the head?
It's kind of like as if it's about to meet like on your left shoulder.
Oh,
It seems to be like gathering there. Do you stay here at the table while this is happening, or like are you gonna like take a look?
I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom, and yeah.
Cool. You go back into this small like it's basically like a little outhouse but inside. There is like a cracked and cloudy mirror. You can tell it's not very high quality. But you look inside of it and you see that like from the like underneath like whatever you're wearing, if it's like a tunic or like a shirt or whatever, like a small green ball of like mucus or like some kind of slime pops out like in a little bubble, and you see that like it kind of like condenses and turns into a tiny miniature frog that like plops down on your shoulder, and the frog looks at you, and for the first time, uh, it speaks. It says, "Hello,
Oh,
Ribbit."
yeah. Yeah. Hi.
Hi,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep it a little bit lower. Uh. What? Who are you?
I'm a part of something.
Is that something, Ophelia?
That's a pretty name,
Okay.
and it sounds familiar. You can see that like the frog hops up, and while it's in the air, like a little tiny bubble of like green water like forms around it, and it splashes down onto your other shoulder. But instead of your shoulder getting wet, it's like the water that is soaked into your clothes, like is like sucked back into the bubble that is like keeping this thing afloat. And she says, "You can call me Ophelia too. I kind of am her, but I'm not."
Okay. So first off, is that Ophelia 2 or Ophelia TOO? I need to. Is this like Mark 2?
It's sort of like a fraction of Ophelia has been broken off and is following you in order to protect you. Because Ophelia herself cannot like move from where she is. She's like too weak at the moment to be able to do that. And so she's kind of like from far she just like put some of her like life essence into this like the mucus that had covered you initially in the earlier fight stuck around and kind of formed up into
Ahead
this
of
tiny
me.
version. Yeah, it's like a portion of her. A portion of her soul is in this little frog, and you can see she says, um, I don't really know much about everything, but I feel like the longer that I'm here, like bobbing around, the more I can remember. Your name is Gallet?
Yeah. That's. Do you know why she's doing this?
She wants to help you. Boom. You see, like you poke her, she goes boom, 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 boom. Like bounces back against the mirror and then bounces back towards you, like stops shy of your face. She wants to help you. She said that well, she didn't really say it, I just kind of know it. I don't know why I know it, but I know it. Um, but I know that I'm supposed to protect you as best as I can.
Insight check.
Go for it.
Yeah. This powerful deity wants to help me.
On a 5, the motives of this frog are inscrutable because she is simply a higher life form than you.
Man,
So
that
it's
hurts to
impossible
hear.
to really.
That hurts to
Yeah,
hear that the
you
frog is
look
the
into
highest
this.
life form.
You look into this frog's eyes and you see the impenetrable murky depths of a swamp clouded over by like algae and just like frothy bubbles of swamp gunk and moss, and you're like, no idea what's in there. But she seems to be very intent on the idea that she's supposed to be helping you. And so any actions and abilities that define familiar spell would give you, treat this as a familiar for the purposes of that spell, and anything involving familiars with your
Yeah.
anything else. Cool.
All right.
Um,
You're gonna. I'm gonna be honest. A lot's on my plate right now. Ever since I've been given this captain role, it's been a bit. But thanks for helping lessen the load. These chains don't feel so heavy. We're
you
gonna.
know,
Okay.
sometimes what it takes to be a leader is to know when to follow. It doesn't always have to be on your shoulders all the time. Except for me, I always have to be on your shoulders. I feel like I might die if I'm not on your shoulders. It's very important that I stay. And you see she plops down. Thank you.
That's like a starting point. Okay, that's. Well, right now there's no one to feel like I can follow, so we're gonna just trudge on. But thanks for the little help. Just, I need to know, like, are you gonna like poop or pee on me?
No,
Okay.
um, the kind of thing that I am, I think, has the ability to like purify things sometimes. So I'm gonna pee in this water, and it's gonna immediately be clean.
But I need you. I still actually need to use the restroom. So can you like wait
Oh,
until the after?
yeah, like privacy.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Can you give me a
humans are weird, and then you see like the water kind of sucks up into nothingness. Um, cool. You pee, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Um, go ahead and roll for that. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
Constitution
Make a
save.
Constitution check. Uh, hell yeah.
Mediocre.
Um, yeah, it's not like you don't appear to be as hydrated as maybe like a doctor would recommend, but it's been a tough time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's been a wait.
cool. Um, Buru, you are still at the table with everybody, unless are you doing anything else other than or are you still like at the table with like kind of like Suma and Ruby are still there?
Just chilling.
You're just chilling. Okay. You feel a tap on your shoulder.
Who done it?
You turn, and you see just this normal looking human man. He's kind of like in his 30s, like short black hair. You can see like he has like a couple scars like across his cheeks and on his arms. Um, he says, "Hey, excuse me. I noticed the mask. Are you from Hansi, right?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
What can I do for you?
I heard a lot about you. At least your people. Uh, my father actually traveled with one a long time back. He said some incredible things about you guys' prowess in battle. I was always aching to meet one, but unfortunately, he kind of turns around and you see he motions for you to kind of like follow him, like as if he doesn't want to say this out loud in front of a bunch of people. Do you follow?
Can I get an insight check first?
Go for it.
Hmm.
But this guy seems very genuine. Like he seems kind of frazzled by the fact that there was a whole bar fight that just happened. But like you can tell that his curiosity is sincere.
Sure, I'll buy him some of the beans.
Sure. You share some of your beans with him. He's like, "Oh man, I'm telling you, not many people are doing beans like this. I swear." And then he says, uh, Yeah, there was one on this island for a time. You see, I'm kind of a fresh arrival, but I heard that she went crazy, and I remember a story that my dad told me. He said that there were times that he was afraid that his traveling companion was going to go crazy as well. Is that true? Is that like a like part of me? This is insensitive, but I'm very curious. Is this something that like it kind of happens to y'all very often?
It is an awful personal question for a complete stranger, friend.
Right. I deeply apologize. I just I you know what? I'll take a step back. I understand when I cross the line. It's just my father is the reason I'm a sailor, and I hold his stories in the greatest of respect. And I was just curious, is all.
We attempt to be peaceful when we can. Some of us become dangerous.
Understood. I suppose that's why that one lady uh set fire to the laboratory and tried to kill the Mark One.
It's very possible.
Yeah. Sad to you know, I suppose I'm a little sad to hear of her execution tomorrow, but uh,
Would you happen to know more about who she tried to kill?
yeah, she the massive advancements, Rotwood. He's the guy who's been he set up the whole message system a whole while back. Of course, I heard about that secondhand. I'm not really sure why they decided to do that, but he was in charge of that. A lot of the better technologies that we got around here was invented by him. And so, though I know he's not particularly fond of us organics, as they call us, um, I can't say that the message system isn't terribly convenient, you know. But perhaps I overstepped a little bit. I heard the story about about when she was caught. They you see, he looks around again. They dragged her out of that laboratory, and in her hands was her mask burning. And she said, I'm never going back there again. So I'm assuming that, this had nothing to do with the Hadsy. And so perhaps, I suppose I just wanted some closure on that fact. Um, my, you know, uh, that Hadsy my dad traveled with, he became my godfather Ludo. Uh, and I suppose I just wanted to feel like, he didn't have some kind of badness in him.
I'm sure you'll be fine, boss.
All right, thank you for your time and your beans.
I appreciate the company.
Cool.
I'll go
Uh,
back to my table.
cool. As that conversation is happening, Ruby and Suma, you are left sitting down at the table. Alok went to go replace his beer with milk. Gallant suddenly stood up and went to the bathroom. Furu got dragged away by some random man. You see Dell, the half-orc bartender, walks over to you both, and she seems a little awkward, and she's holding something behind her back, and she got kind of stops in front of your table, like rocks back and forth slightly. She says, "Of your crew, and I have been observing all of them tonight as I've been rushing around, attempting to stimmy the chaos that has unfolded in my tavern. Of your crew, you two seem to be the most level-headed, and your efforts were greatly instrumental in making sure that no further chaos and or destruction was had in my tavern. And so I wanted to give you a token of my gratitude." And you see she like brings out like a flask And she sets it down on the table in between you, and she says, uh, "Don't ask what's in that. Just know that drinking it um, might give you a little bit more energy. That's all. In case you ever want to, let loose on your own time and cause some chaos, not in my bar.
Got it. In a different tavern.
Yeah, there's a yeah.
Well, thank you. I mean, we really only did the bare minimum. I'm sorry that we only got here after your beautiful decorations were destroyed, but yes. Sorry for everything, and thank you for still agreeing to feed us all after that.
You see, she says, "Of course." To be honest, it's really just because I know that business will be pretty poor, um, pretty soon. Um, I mean,
Yeah.
they voted on it tonight, but I'm assuming by tomorrow morning we'll get news of what the vote was, and legislation's gonna take into effect. So I'm just trying to keep the spirits up and try to serve everybody as best as I can, as long as I still can.
What was the vote that was taken? We're new to the island, quite new, only here today, this morning. What
Oh,
happened?
you as she says this, Ruby and Suma, you realize that all throughout like the day previously, kind of like once night fell, every street was suspiciously empty. You kept noticing like, hey, the street's kind of empty. No one's kind of around. Where is everybody? Um, and you probably come to the conclusion that maybe it was because of this vote. And you see Del goes, they usually it takes a long time for a law to pass in Lagan. There's a lot of red tape, there's a lot of bureaucracy. But after the incident at the laboratory, um, they decided to push the Organic Isolation Act um, further along. Kind of sped them up through the channels and everything. I mean, it's not too bad. It's basically just a curfew. They're gonna up, guard presence in the streets past sundown. Um, we're basically gonna have to shelter during those hours, and as you can imagine, it's kind of peak hours for a bar. So
Wow.
this
We
place
still
might
got
be a
day
little less
drinkers.
lively. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of them.
There might
There's a
be
couple
Alcoholics.
might
of
be
them.
more of those now. Um,
Mm.
You know,
God, that sounds terrible.
yeah, I don't really understand it, um, but I
Have things
understand it.
always been
What's
this
the
tense before the incident?
No, I mean, look, there's two people on the council that vehemently despise organics, and I can understand that from their history. Wave Rock and Rotwood. Uh, I I get where they're coming from. Um, but the vast majority of the council approved. They approved of taking refugees. They opened the ports a long time ago, and they've remained open. Uh, they used to take pride in being the place that took in the people that nobody else would keep. And Miela and I, we came from Tirai and uh, got out of a really bad situation there, and so uh, it would be a shame to have to leave this place, is all. But I know that some people already are. At this point, I would say probably everybody's kind of coming back now to the table, and you can like hear the rest of this conversation. You probably catch the tail end of that sentence.
Um, yeah. I
That's
don't
it.
have
Okay,
anything else to say.
cool. All right, cool. Del goes, yeah, sorry, brought
Oh
down the
no,
mood a little bit. I could tell.
completely understand. I mean, I'm sorry. We only just, as I said, we only just got here today, and we've been. It seemed quite in flux. Things on this island seem to be moving quickly. Um, wild to see.
Yeah.
If you ever wanted a new job, we are looking for a new cook.
Oh God, that's true, isn't it?
Oh.
Yeah.
You can see she looks back at Miela, and Miela is kind of like to herself doing the same trick that she did on Ayla, kind of like making the gold coin vanish. And this is not like this is not like an actual spell. This is like old school hand magic that she's entertaining herself with. And she says, "You know, depending on how things go, I'll think about it." Uh, that's very kind of you, Ruby. I'm assuming you give her a name.
Perhaps we'll stop
No
by here
worries.
before we leave town, and you can let us know.
Right.
Yeah. Since you're really cool, I'll waive the application. Like you don't have to apply on anywhere. So
I'm sorry.
We hear his first
can
mate.
you
She
check
can do
in-
that.
Can you check in with me before you start adding things?
There's an application now.
We're trying to industrialize our crew.
what do you want me to what do you want me to do, Captain?
Just
We
let
need
me
more people.
no, just let me know before like all this coming in, you know? Like
Okay, I'm just trying to.
I don't want to walk on the ship and see 5 new people that say they're working for us now, you know? I just give me a
We
sec.
gotta do background checks, people.
Yeah, background checks, thank you. Boo.
Background checks.
You know,
Step one, kick Suzanne out.
all I'm saying is for you to turn around and say, "Is it okay?" Give me a 1 second just to nod, and then you continue the process. It's just the chain of command. Like everyone's gonna start thinking that you're above. You know.
This is how it starts. The red tape, and then pretty soon, nothing's gonna happen without committee approval.
I
Yeah.
am the committee. I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
Okay.
I am the
Okay.
captain.
Good for you to be, socializing, networking, but like, just let me know. Like, it's okay for you to have done that, but I didn't see you turn to me. I was right here. And I also have this new frog. No one spoke up about it. It seems.
That's kind of weird. I thought pirates had parrots. Not...
Yeah, no, really, that's the thing that gets you? It's not that came back from the bathroom, floating frog?
Oh well,
No, it's the parrot.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah.
You see Dell chimes up and she says, "Oh, you know, we used to offer like complimentary bathroom frogs, but we discontinued that a while ago. So yeah, that had nothing to do with us."
Why though?
Um, uh, Customer engagement. A lot of people, you know, you get a frog in the bathroom, people start talking about your tavern.
You know
Well,
what?
then why
Right?
did you stop doing it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's a very limited population on this island. Eventually, everybody just knows of this place now. We have become the number one, place establishment, among in the organic district. So, I mean, listen, the frogs were not my idea. They were Miela's idea. I just don't often say no to her as often as I should. But they worked. You know what I mean? Even some Warforged used to come here sometimes. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, and while we're on the topic, just passing curiosity. Can Miela speak? Use vocal cords? Does she have those?
You see, she like freezes up and immediately like she shifts her weight in a way where like her whole body. She's a half orc. Her whole body is like blocking Miela from sight, as if like you get the sense that like constantly she knows where Miela is. And she says, she has her reasons. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Insight check.
Go for it.
She doesn't have reasons at all. You're making this up. 18?
She has very, very good. You can tell that Miela speaking or using her voice is an extremely touchy subject for both Dell and Miela for whatever reason.
Alright. I'm sorry if I've intruded on anything I shouldn't have been asking about, but I assume that you ask that quite often.
Yeah, people do ask it. Sometimes, in the beginning, a lot of people would come to this bar because of that curiosity. But I don't know. She's a good kid, and I wish that the world would just leave her alone sometimes. But I feel like trouble seems to find her, and that means trouble finds me too.
Well, I'm happy you're there for her. If you ever do come on our ship, you're allowed a plus one. One plus one.
You see, she laughs. She says, "Aye, aye," and then kind of like leaves to her business. Periodically, as the rest of this night happens, she will refill your guys's like glasses and mugs and all that with anything that you want, with whatever it is that you were ordering, drinking previously, free of charge. Cool. Okay, so the discussion's over. What to do? What are your plans for investigating this laboratory?
Okay, I put the frog onto the table to be a part of the conversation.
Hello.
Hello.
I was born today,
Oh,
and
Beautiful.
also a long time ago, in a way. Why do I know that?
I don't know if I constitute as the mommy in this context, and it is very worrying.
I can call you mommy if that makes you more comfortable. It's really
Oh
a
my god,
preference
please.
thing.
Yes.
I don't know about that. We're gonna put a pin in that, okay?
Okay, but if I call you mommy on accident, don't be mad at me. And then she just kind of like spends the rest of the conversation kind of hopping around the table, kind of examining people's drinks and resisting the urge to jump into them.
New parent. It's
Yes.
beautiful.
Yeah. Can you? I don't want to be rude, but do you have anything extra magic about you? I mean, you can obviously fly from the bubble, and you said you can purify. What's?
Yeah, I mean, I guess water that's like kind of dirty or yucky or whatever. Like I can probably make it clean if if you give me enough time. Like if it was a tiny little drop, it would be like super fast. But like I mean, I couldn't do a whole lake. I mean, probably the big me could do a whole lake, much faster. But like it would take me a really long time. But like maybe like a bucket, I could probably do.
Can you? I show her my ale. Can you purify this?
Sure. You see, she jumps in, and
My
the
ale?
beer, your ale, like turns green, and you see like, and this takes you don't hear from her for a while. You just kind of
She's
see
drowning.
bubbles like frothing up, and eventually you see that the carbonation in the ale is gone. There's no more froth. It's just like it stays green for a bit, and then as she jumps out of the mug and like splats onto the table, like the green dissipates, and now it's just I guess water,
Does it
and maybe
taste
some
good?
other things left. Dude, you drink it. It still has like the faint aftertaste of ale, but it's mostly water. It's kind of like when you had like a cup of soda and then afterwards you like if you put water in it it'll still taste a little bit like soda but like,
Ah,
it's mostly water.
that's really cool as I push the ale away now. Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
really happy you'll be protecting me.
Thanks,
Good.
mommy.
Captain.
Okay, Captain Mommy.
Let's hold off on the end part, but we're getting a little bit sidetracked. Let's talk about how we're gonna get to this lab. So, has anyone heard anything special about the lab? I was gone for like 1 minute in the restroom, so I assume you haven't heard any new information that would be pertinent. Good.
No.
no. What are the chances of that?
Okay, then that means no one's expecting us. There will be no new type of guards because no new activity has occurred around there. This is good. So, what I say is we just go up to the area all sneaky beaky, like find us an entrance. Maybe they have a back entrance. As a laboratory. They'd probably have one. And then just roam around. Make sure. I think Alok, he might be the best one to stay in front. Scope out for traps, perhaps.
Mhm.
And
Cool.
yeah, I mean, it's a very generic
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have like the
Uh,
blueprints or anything. So
yeah. You all have any preparations that you want to make before you go to the lab?
Alok, would you feel good with another person of a similar skill set with you? Or do you think you got this on your own? Do you feel inspired?
I I mean, I think I could probably do it on my own, but help wouldn't hurt. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm fine either way.
We're already putting all our eggs in a basket. Let's see if we can get that.
Okay, what? Why? Why?
I stand up. I'll be right back. And I'll look for
Okay.
Suzanne.
Oh shit.
Suzanne. Okay.
You're crazy.
Suzanne, as I mentioned earlier, Suzanne is the only person not drinking. So she's probably one of the better choices. Like Andros might be a little loud and belligerent right now, and Simon's not even here. Other people are kind of
Oh
like,
no, Simon's not here. Drat.
Simon could have one shot anything
Yep.
in this laboratory. You walk up to Suzanne, who she looks like she's like walking around and like checking in on people who are like too drunk or like passed out. She like like clamber up onto like benches and like these little like booths and stuff, like grab somebody by the scruff and then slap them awake and be like, drink water, and then like kind of like stomp away angrily. And you catch up to her as she kind of slumps back down into her seat. She looks up and she says, well, Captain Abate, what can I do you for?
I feel a little bit good. She said captain this time.
Yeah, she's sassy, but it's been a big night.
Yeah. It's been a bit of a night, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of taking a toll on everybody. You can see it, and
And I can see it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh no, she fell asleep. Oh, this is so embarrassing for her.
Been a long day. She's tired.
Yeah.
Wait, so what's your plan? You're gonna ask Suzanne to come with us?
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can pull my. Suzanne hasn't been like a good recipient for like my leadership. This seems like a good time to see how far I can push it. She said she was like gonna help us with the red wraith, so I'm feeling like I can maybe handle this.
All right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so like I'm running on a weird somber high.
hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Sorry, what happened? Catch me up.
Suzanne,
We already went to the lab. We got the stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, incredible. That's good to know.
Rotwood's in jail.
Oh my
We
god,
rolled like
that's
straight
crazy.
20s, so
He was already
was
dead,
pretty great,
actually.
yeah.
That was the whole plot twist.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
whoa.
Um,
Then who's
wow.
in jail?
I don't know. It's just Tink, like dressed up. Sorry. So you walk into Suzanne.
Yeah.
She said, Captain Abate, what can I do you for? And what else is going on?
Yeah, it's you want to get your mind off things. I see that everyone's trying to have some revelry in his name, but you're sticking to some water, which is a good choice. But we got, if you haven't noticed, the Shield have been moving around this place, snooping around, getting our noses in other people's business, and tonight we're gonna get really into someone else's business. And I'm pretty sure you have the correct skill set for a night like this, and it's also a good distraction.
She cocks her head, kind of blonde hair falling to one side. She looks up at you and she says, "Are you like asking me to be part of like a caper? Is that what's happening right now?"
Yeah, well, I would want you to be part of this caper. I mean, let's be honest. You've been saving that energy on all those days on the ship, and it's got to be for something.
She looks around at everybody. You can tell she's like doing like a scan
Yeah,
to make sure like are people good,
yeah.
and then she makes eye contact.
Andros is good.
Yeah, she makes eye contact with Andros, and she kind of goes like a "you good" kind of an eyebrow raise, and he's like,
Let the
and he's
meet be
like,
fun.
okay, you know what? She could see she cracks her back. She says, I haven't seen any action for a while, so I'm in.
All right, you're gonna be with Alok. With okay. So basically, what we found out is there's two Mark ones that are against humans around here. Obviously, seems like one lady that was a monk or is like a monk like Buru, maybe falsely being sent to being executed. So we're looking for some dirt on this Mark One named Moss something, Rotwood. We're looking for this Rotwood guy. He has a laboratory that you know that's evil. That's a laboratory. Who has laboratories? And
Right. It's just generally kind of a sinister word.
yeah, no, it never goes well, I believe. But we know the location. We're just gonna nice and quiet. No one's even gonna know we're there. Walk in, get some info, walk out,
Okay.
and move from
All
there.
right.
It's a
Stealth is
yeah,
stealth is what I do.
yeah. You seem like you're pretty good at that. All
I've
right.
taken all of Andros's beans. He hasn't noticed. Not even all at once, one by one. Like I've been
Okay.
stealing his beans, and he
Okay,
has not noticed.
that's impressing on so many levels. Not that it was stealthy, but the accuracy and the determination is what really impresses me. If you're just grabbing them one by one.
I'm very good at what I do,
All right.
and
Oh wait.
yeah, I'm in.
Does she have a little like bean stuff on her finger?
No, it's so smooth and clean.
Oh my goodness, she's good at her job.
Yeah, she's good. And you can see she says, "Listen, all that stuff that you said earlier seems extremely complicated, and I don't really know about all of that. It's baffling to me that so many things happened it's the same day that we got here. I mean, it's
Yeah.
almost past midnight now,
Yeah.
but uh,
We get
yeah, I
stuff
mean,
done. We get stuff done.
right. Look, I know we started off on the wrong foot, and I don't want to get off that foot. I think the foot should be wrong. For at least a little while, I'm still not used to all this stuff, but I'm also not used to being a part of the capers. Um, Aramis kind of had me stay on the ship a lot of the time
Yeah. He
because I would
seems very
get the
secretive.
crew in trouble for stealing things, which I just feel like if he let me steal things more often, I wouldn't have to do it all the time.
Yeah. It's like a meter that needs to go down.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
look at this. I show my satchel and I try to hide it from Miela. Look, I stole this. It's a little picture of Miela. I didn't need to steal it. Not no
Oh my
value.
god.
It's like a
See,
child picture.
you understand me. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Um,
I
Suzanne,
turn to Ruby and do the thumbs up. I did it.
you can see Suzanne kind of looks over at your table, kind of nods to herself as she scans across. Then when she gets to Ruby, she rolls her eyes and she's like, "All right, whatever. Just look, I'll be right here at this booth. Uh,
I'll see
I'll
you.
come follow you when you guys leave."
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Um, the clock strikes midnight. Um, Suma, you feel a tiny burst of arcane power somewhere in your pocket, and you reach in and you find that the crystal ball, Portia's portable portent, uh, has accrued another use at the turn of the day.
Ooh,
So go ahead and make that portent roll so that we can all see what it is.
It's gonna be so
yes,
important.
please.
14?
Okay, okay,
Not
okay.
bad.
That's
That's
Not
not
bad.
definitely
bad.
a success for anyone that's good at something.
It's a
Yeah.
saving throw, probably. Cool.
That too, yeah.
All right. Is it okay? Any other business people want to do in this bar before you leave? This is like when you see a save point in front of a
Yeah.
door in a video game.
I'm just gonna leave like a 5-star review somewhere, Wow, wonderful people. Let me trash the area.
Cool. All right. You all leave the Cork and Cove under the cover of nightfall. Clouds have begun to kind of snake their way across the sky, blotting out some of the stars. Um, Uru, you have paid very close attention to Palm in general, and you have a pretty clear picture in your mind of that bat that she burned into the wall of her cell, and so you are able to kind of like because it's a pretty simple grid system. So if you have a landmark, you can follow the grid pretty easily to where it is, and you kind of have a memory of that. Um, I need everyone to make a stealth check for me. I'll roll one for Suzanne as well.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Does Ophelia Mark II can she give me the aid action?
Ruby, you would be rolling at disadvantage because of your armor.
Even if I have proficiency in heavy armor.
Yeah. Heavy armor gives you disadvantage. That's kind of like the deal. It's like more AC, but also less sneaky because it makes a lot of noise.
Okay.
7.
Damn it!
Okay.
I
I will say that's actually an 8 because your initial roll was an 18. I'm gonna roll for Suzanne here.
Oh, you
Cool.
go, girl.
Okay, so really the only failure here is Ruby. So I will say as a group, you are generally pretty stealthy.
Ruby.
You yeah. You sneak across through the darkened streets until the lab comes into view. And as you get close, you can see it looks like kind of like a big, like just a square, like warehouse, but you can see that it seems burnt. Um, like the wood is blackened. You can see that parts of it have been destroyed or like burned away. Like it seems like it's in complete tatters as you approach this lab. There doesn't seem to be anyone guarding it. Um, uh, but you guys, I will see you guys are still kind of like in the street, kind of leading up to the site. Is there anything that you guys want to? How do you want to approach this thing?
Alok, you've got
Yeah,
this.
I do.
You've got this. You're the point guard. Suzanne, be the point guard. Point 2.
Okay, so you want me to like go with him? Like, trying to say, am I going with
You
you?
want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay, I'll be right behind you.
I guess.
give them the earrings, or should we
I can't use it today.
between us?
Yeah, they kind of burned it already. Between Gala and
It
Emma.
was worth
Mm.
it.
Was it worth it? I
Suzanne
forgot what
can
it
use
did.
it.
Sure, you can give it to Suzanne if you like. It's all whatever you guys want to do with it.
Suzanne.
That's true. Let's not give anything. I don't think that's too much trust. Okay.
Cool. All right, Alok, you sneak up onto this door in the cover of night. You push yourself flat against the wall. You check the door. There is a padlock on it. It doesn't seem like super state of the art, like locking. It's just like a chain and a padlock around this burnt door. Yeah.
Just check for traps.
Okay. Yeah. Make a perception check.
Is that perception or investigation?
Investigation. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, just check.
A 17. This door doesn't seem trapped. This door doesn't.
Try to unlock it.
Cool. Thieves me those tools.
I will. Not that great at
You
that.
are in your element.
You
I'm
just
rolling
like
above 10.
like if anybody was watching, they would have just seen Alok's hands as a blur. Like it's like he waved his hands over it and immediately the chain comes off, kind of pulls it off of the door. And do you open the door?
Yeah, I'll try to like open it slowly and just peek inside. Yeah.
Sure. You go ahead and peek inside. Make a perception check.
Okay. There it is.
A 10. It's pretty dark in here. No lights have been left on inside this laboratory, but you can tell that there's like kind of desks everywhere and like bookshelves. You see the shadows of like weird instruments and like beakers or whatever. There doesn't seem to be anybody here. And
That was
in
clear.
the air, you can smell still to this like ash and smoke.
Okay. I'll I guess everything looks fine, so I'll just wave back to Bree and wave him to me.
Cool. Everybody kind of quickly rushes in. Yeah, I guess everybody else make perception checks to see what you can find around here.
disadvantage because I'm a human?
It's in that one. Yeah. To those of you that don't have like
Okay,
dark
well,
vision
I
or
don't
anything.
think one can get. Well, it can't technically go lower. Nope.
You
Okay.
can get 0. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the only person who sees anything is Ruby. Ruby, you kind of like look around as people are like damn near tripping over them, like tripping over like things that are like have been left carelessly around the lab.
Amateurs.
uh Ruby, you forge forward, and you find that like there's like lots of like contraptions here. Like uh the name that Robert was given by people was the Master of Advancements. He's been working on some stuff in this room. You can see that it seems to be they all seem to be like weapons. There's like uh trebuchets and like larger catapults. You see like things that could be clamped onto the bodies of Warforged as like more refined weapons. And with that 18, you find a bookcase that is unburnt.
Unburnt?
Yeah. This place looks like a fire erupted in here and was eventually put out, but there's one bookcase kind of towards the back end of the laboratory that seems uncharred whatsoever.
Can I investigate it? Like what's on the book?
Yeah. Make an investigation check. A 20. Incredible. You look through the books, and they all seem to be on the history of the Warforged, and like the history of Lagan. They all seem to be by Warforged authors, because you can tell there'll be like a Mark 1 or like a Mark 2 after their names, after like the author names. And eventually you come to one book which has no title. You pull it out, and classically, everybody in the laboratory hears like the shifting of massive gears underneath, and you see in front of you, Ruby, kind of like a ways away from the bookshelf, the ground like, and like a set of stairs leads down further into whatever this might be.
My God. Never seen hidden stairs before. These are hidden stairs.
Goodness, we have freedom.
Can I?
Did you what?
Yeah, you guys are lucky to have me.
Oh, absolutely.
I just tell everyone, or if they haven't seen it already, I tell them that there's like a secret entrance, and then.
Cool. Everyone definitely heard that happen.
Okay.
Generally, I think after some fumbling around in the dark, you are able to come descend the stairs. As you go down, the first thing you see is this massive. It looks like a massive like cog, like a gear. Like instead of like a doorway, it's like a solid gear that's like blocking like the way further into this laboratory. And there's like several other gears and like metallic contraptions kind of attached to it. And you see that it's connected to what seems like a basin on a pedestal. It's like a stone pedestal and like a golden basin next to it. And I'm thinking all of you are here by now. Like all of you kind of go down the stairway together.
Wait, what's past that? What's past the basin?
The basin is kind of like connected to or hooked up to this massive like gear that's kind of serving as the gateway further into the laboratory.
Hey guys, I'm really sorry, but I can't see, so I'm going to take out my bullseye lantern.
Hell yeah.
And just make sure it's not pointing out before us, but just like putting it so it at least shows the bowl.
Cool. Are you examining the bowl?
Yeah. This is
cool.
This is an interesting bowl.
You examine this basin and you see that kind of like on the lip of it, there are these rooms that are like lighting up in red, and periodically like a light like flashes through the basin. Like the basin is illuminated with light, and then it recedes.
Suma, you're up.
Alrighty. I'll come take a look.
I think it's like Greek. I don't know. I can't read it.
I might be able to read it, but it would take me a while. I'm not sure how much time we're willing to spend here. Otherwise, I can try some other stuff.
How much?
But
Go ahead and make an Arcana check to start with.
yeah.
A
Arr.
9. This is definitely enchanted, and you get the sense that the red light is happening periodically for a reason, but not necessarily what that reason might be.
This is very mysterious. It would take me about 10 minutes to see to.
We got that time.
All right.
It would be what, like 12:15 when you're done. Like we got the whole night.
All
Sure,
right.
yeah.
All right, just give me a moment, and I will. Let's see. Well, I would like some feedback. So, I can either read the runes, or I can try to identify this basin in particular. If I read the runes, I can read other stuff in the lab for an hour, which may come in handy.
It's up to you. I don't know magic at all. It's pretty new.
Is
Alright.
one more expensive than the other, or could you do both at one point? That would take.
No, either are just about the same, but I think I'm going to cast Ritually Comprehend Languages, so hopefully that
Comprehend
will
languages.
help with the
Okay.
runes.
You can. This seems to be like. It's not exactly a language. It's almost like an arcane language. And as you are looking over these runes, you can kind of get the sense of like what spell is attached to this. This is linked to an alarm spell. Let me see if I can.
Alrighty.
Basically, it's like, but you can tell that this has been modified to a certain extent. The extent that it has been modified is like, you can tell that it's linked to, it's like kind of two separate things. It's like, if then, right? So the alarm is set there, and it's like, if this happens, ring the alarm. If this other thing happens, open the door. So you can tell that like something needs to be placed into this basin in order for it to open. If anything other than one of the things that open it is placed into here, an alarm will ring out and inform whoever it was that cast the spell on and kind of inscribed it onto this basin.
Alrighty, I will communicate that. Any ideas on what we would need to place in here?
Is there anything in the room, like books, letters, notes, anything like that?
This is just basically a stairs down hallway, big gear shaped door basin.
Gotcha. Okay.
What does the basin look like?
It's just like made of gold, like a golden like basin with like runes inscribed onto it that Suma has read.
Okay, well, this is definitely Rotwood. He doesn't like organic. You know anything else about him?
Really, I mean, based on what those who went to the prison said, he has some sort of mind bending
Suma.
abilities.
You also, I think by like kind of examining it, you have 10 minutes to like work with this thing. I think you get a good sense of how it works. You can tell that it's not extremely specific, such that it probably more checks like what kind of thing is this, and then opens. Not like it has to be this exact thing.
Okay.
So say it was like a spell, like a book. I'm not saying that it is, but if it was a book, like you could get any copy of that book, not like a specific copy of that book. If that makes sense.
You know, it would be
Yeah.
somewhat poetic if it was actually fire.
That's what I was thinking.
Wait, before we
Oh,
do
dear.
anything too drastic, does
Oh.
anyone see any like small bugs around here? Anything? No. Perception check for a bug.
Sure.
Is this like when you were asking for a seagull? Because I can
Yeah.
still summon my
And
friend.
another time I get rats too.
I know a goblin.
Ophelia, give me to aid me. Natural 20.
Yeah.
Oh, there's fucking bugs here.
Okay.
There's like there's there's a couple of common cockroach, but there's like one like beetle there, and it looks like it has like zebra patterns on its back, like a zebra pattern beetle with like one kind of horn that like splays out like that. It looks like kind of like at the end looks like almost like a shovel, and there's just like scuttling across the wall.
Okay, I bring up my ring. I didn't describe it before, but basically it's like a little drop in the water, but that's for just the air around me. And how I speak, just it sort of like changes the vibrations of how I like my vocal cords basically. And
Okay.
to the little beetle. Hey little guy. We're
Hello.
Love the voice. Have you we're new to the area. We're just trying to walk on
I can
by.
tell.
Yeah. We're just trying to walk on by, but you know, we forgot. We forgot what to put in this chalice thing. And that's so
Oh.
we have so much to do.
Well, the main boss man person, he always just puts his hand in there. I know that the other diver looking people with the flippy flippers, I think they put like their hooky hands in there. I don't really know what like one of you would, although I'm trying to think. I don't know if I remember what the woman put in there, but the woman put something in there.
All right. So you don't
The
remember.
fleshy one.
Ophelia, back me up. If you don't tell us what you know, Ophelia will
Ah.
kill you.
I really don't know anything. I mean, I'm just a beetle on the wall.
Darn it, intimidation never works. Alright, I'm sorry.
I mean, I would say you could intimidate, but he doesn't seem to know.
Yeah, no, I'm just doing it each time because, like,
It's pretty helpful.
at some point someone's gonna be holding back on me, and I'll get him. I'm sorry.
But you do know, from this beetle that Palm was able to enter here by herself in the past.
Was
Do you
there like
think
a flare of light? It's pretty dark down here. Was there a flare of light when she did it?
Not that I know. I mean, her back was always turned to me, but I think she would take something out of her bag.
Bag. Well, then that could be anything. All right, thank you. I relay all this information to them.
What do you think? Maybe it's a coin? Maybe a gold coin, silver coin?
I think we're gonna have to chop off a Mark 1 or 2's hand.
I don't think she did that.
I think we're gonna have to do that.
We've
take-
got
Well, if we just
Mark
have
II in our
Well,
ship.
a lot of people talking at the same time.
They're
Wait,
made of wood, so
Well, yeah, but they
Buru,
do
what
the
did you
hook
say?
thing.
I take off my mask and I hand it to Gallet. I get the feeling that it's wood. I don't think that he's
You know what? That's. Hey, Beetle. Did it look like
Yeah.
anything around like this size or weight or anything? Yeah, anything?
I don't know. I mean, the only thing I know about the boss man is that he's a pretty private guy, so it probably wouldn't be something that like just anybody had. So if that whatever that is like special or something, there's not a whole lot of them. I'd say you probably have a good chance.
Is this Buru? Is this considered special?
no.
Oh, okay.
No, I take it back.
I'll give it back.
Wait, make an insight check.
It's
Yeah,
a
fuck
piece-
that mask,
it's a
honestly.
piece of wood. a little fox mask. Like come on, it's symbolic, but like it's just a hunk of wood.
I still think maybe a gold coin. It's a gold basin. Maybe made it simple.
That would be wouldn't the Warforged then just have the coin? I think what we're going through here is even though Stag Beetle was on it, it has to be special and something that would, mean not many people can get in here. There's a hook hands, regular Warforged hands, and something that the
Plus-
Palm had. And
It sounds like metal to me.
yeah, something with metal perhaps. Wait, but aren't the Warforged here made of wood? Wouldn't the wooden hands?
Yeah, but they might have armor.
Okay, once again, I'm just throwing this out there. Find a random Warforged, cut off that hand.
We could. Well, aren't there like hooks or like attachments in his lab that we could just grab?
Oh yeah, I guess we should look for if there's anything around first before cutting off hands.
Gallet, I need you to roll just 1d20 luck check.
Let's do it.
Nope.
Okay.
I was gonna say that you came from the diver's house, and you explicitly told me that you looted it for stuff.
Yeah.
So if
the
one of those,
if we need the flippers, I got you.
yeah, you could try I guess you could try the flippers.
It doesn't feel like no flippers would work. This is sort of a really important thing to get right because it's an alarm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think if you did the identify thing, Suma,
Can
with
you just
that,
get
do
rid
you
of
think that
it,
would tell
Suma?
us?
Suma, can you just like get rid of it? Like just say gone?
No, that is not something I have yet. Working on it, but
Suzanne,
not quite there.
you're a magic
I
caster.
can identify though. I
Suzanne's
guess
been
while
like,
we're standing here, I'll just start working on this for 11 minutes.
sure.
We're not going anywhere.
Okay. You see Suzanne's kind of just like filing her nails with her dagger again. As you guys kind of mill about, so you're taking this is are you casting this for ritual as a ritual or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Ritual.
10 minutes pass, and you can kind of measure this by like the turning of the gears. You can kind of hear them in synchrony, like throughout this laboratory. Eventually, Suma, you from your identify spell, you can tell that yes, the light is periodically scanning for a specific kind of item or thing to be put in there. And I think you were able to put together that yes, putting the mask in here would count as something.
Okay. So yeah, I think as everyone's like conversing, at some point I have phased out of the conversation. I just light up and say, "Buru, your mask. It'll do."
I take it off again and hand it back to someone. Probably Suma.
Yeah, I'm standing over the bowl. I imagine I've been doing like
Yeah.
over it.
These arrays are like popping up.
Yeah.
Like all you see for like 2 10-minute intervals is just Suma like hardcore casting magic, and
It's
everyone
like,
just kind of
in a
like just like
map
chatting in the
I
background.
think she's,
Yeah.
I think she's doing stomp. I don't.
Like equations are popping up.
Yes. Yeah, so I'll take the mask and I'll just sort of lift it and say, "Cheers, hope this works." And I'll put it in.
You put it in, and after a few seconds, another zoom, pulse of light kind of scans the mask, and you see the red runes flicker green, and this gear kind of like rolls like into the wall out of your way, exposing like more deepness into the lab. And it's deep and dark on the other side. You can see tiny like pinpricks of light. I guess for you, Suma, that's not a problem. For those of you who have dark vision, that's not a problem. But otherwise, it is pretty dark further on. To clarify something, Tom commented that your mask and her mask were similar kinds of wood, and it is the shape of, the nature of, and the kind of wood it's made out of. That would be like to Rotwood. She's the only person that he's ever met with that kind of mask, and even though maybe anybody can make one, only the Hadzi do. and that is why. In order to keep her into... actually, make another insight check, Puru. 12. With a 12, you get the sense that when she burned her mask, perhaps she didn't mean, I'm never going back to Hadzi. Perhaps she meant, I'm never going back to that lab. Because that was her key into it. Cool. You
And
all... Yeah.
From what I've discovered, is it safe to take the mask out and give it back to Brew, or should it stay
Yeah.
in here while
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So once it's unlocked.
Any piece of wood would have sufficed. Wow.
It was that specific kind of wood that the master made out of.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I was told this, so I'm just...
Yeah.
It's the least useful mask ever. But in this scenario, amazing.
Cool. You all just walk through this darkness?
Well,
Into the darkness?
A-Lock, you take point.
Yeah, and I'll keep an eye out for traps, just looking around at everything.
Make a perception check.
Oh, you got this, man.
I do.
Yeah,
20.
buddy.
Wow.
Okay.
You're good.
It
You're
is-
good, kid.
Is Alok the only person in the room right now?
I think I'm going ahead of them, so...
I assume
Right, but are
Suzanne
there,
is
are there people
behind.
waiting behind, or are they like kind of falling
We're
back at a
giving you
distance?
berth. We're giving you a berth.
Is
but
Suzanne going with me, or whatever?
Sure, Suzanne. Suzanne's gonna go with you. Sure. Let me roll a perception check for her. Okay, a 13. So she doesn't see them, but you do. You look around, and in the darkness of this lab, you see like pew, 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 blue eyes light up in the darkness. They seem low to the ground, and they start scurrying towards you. And you have forewarning of this. You can see like shadowy figures, like halfling sized, are like crawling out of the darkness towards you.
God.
I'll just like grab Suzanne and be like, let's go back, go back, go back.
Oh
No,
god,
sorry, give it back.
okay. She's gonna make a dexterity saving throw. A 17. One of them like lunges for her like small halfling leg, and she yanks it back in time. You double back past the gear gate.
Yeah, back to the group.
Okay, you double back to the group, and you kind of hear like they're scuttling. They're still coming.
Would I be
Um,
able to shut the door? Would I know how to do that from what I learned?
Well, you would need
it-
to get past the door still, right?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
but at least I
Yeah.
would have a moment to think.
I'm going
it
to
seems to
shoot them
be-
from afar.
It seems to be in on some sort of timer.
Oh, we
Okay.
need to get through now.
Right.
Kind of like when you badge into something, it's like it opens for a set amount of time. You can open it, and after a while, it locks itself again.
Okay, cool.
I point my bullseye lantern into the room to see them better.
You go. Okay, so they're fun. You point your lantern into the midst of this darkness, and you see flat. They kind of like pop into and out of the light as they're surging forward. These look like tiny halfling-sized warforged creatures. They do not seem to possess much intelligence. They have no mouth. Their brain, like their head, looks smaller and like less fully formed than the other ones. They don't seem as heavily armored, but they're like crawling towards you, set like wordlessly, noiselessly, other than the scuttling of their claws on the stone floor.
Kill them, they won't be missed. And I shoot.
Cool. You go ahead and roll the hit.
They're scary.
20. You obliterate one. You hit one right in the head, completely gone. But the others do not seem deterred. A bunch of them make it past the door because there's so many of them. Like they swarm past the door. I need everybody here to make a dexterity saving throw for me. Okay, 12. Okay, I'm gonna roll for. I guess I'll roll Suzanne. Cool. to everyone that passed, you are successfully able to like dodge and weave out of the way of these things trying to like grab onto you as the gear rolls back into place, boom, boom, shuts, and so you're like trapped with like 16 of these things. To those of you that failed this deck save, one of these things like grips onto your leg, so that would be Alok fails, Gallet fails, Suma fails, Ruby fails. They like grip onto your leg. Each of you take 2 points of damage.
Please get off.
And you can tell, and then you watch these things like grip onto you, and you can tell that they're like trying to do something. Like they like grip you, and then grip you, and then grip you, as if they're expecting something to happen.
Are they gonna explode?
But nothing actually happens. Eventually, as do you guys do anything in your panic after this has happened?
Yeah, I'm just panicking, just flailing. There's water flying about. There's
Yeah, probably like, trying to fling them off. But also I was wondering, could I make an insight check? Do they look like hungry? Like, I don't know, do they want something
Make
from
an
us?
insight check. Make an insight check. Sure. Yes.
Okay.
A 15. This seems like an instinct-driven thing. This behavior that they are displaying has been hard programmed into them. And you can tell that their frustration or confusion seems to stem from the fact that when they do this as they're programmed to, something else is supposed to happen, and now they don't know what to do. Eventually, maybe a couple of you, like, in your panic, like, break one of them, like, get them off you or hit them with your weapons, but eventually, those that remain just, like, let go of you, make their way to the nearest wall, and then just, like, seem to, like, power down.
That was creepy.
Oh my
You
god.
think they're supposed to attach to the Warforged, by chance?
Could be.
Well, that
I don't know how they
would have
work.
attached to Pom Pom as well, so.
Right.
The one that I killed, is its remains still there?
Yeah, like, its, like, head has been blasted off, but, like, its corpse is kind of, like, laying there, kind of, like, on the other side, like, just in front, like, it barely, like, it, like, jumped through the gateway, you blasted it, and then the gear shut, and, like, slammed against the gear, kind of, like, on the floor. Go ahead and make an investigation check on it.
What are these things? Like, it's 18.
An 18. As you were inspecting this corpse, you see that there's a cavity in its body where something used to be, but it isn't there anymore.
Those were supposed to be bombs. I just know it. And someone took out the bombs. Well, I'm happy things worked out. Great job, Alok. Let's move forward.
If they're supposed to be bombs, what are they for? Why do you think you need
Intruders.
bombs?
Intruders?
Why wouldn't they have the bombs on them now? You
I
think maybe he plans an attack against organics, maybe? Oh.
Wouldn't put it past him.
Well, it seems like if we're to believe that they were all programmed to do this, then it's either they're programmed to just attack any organic, and something's supposed to happen, but it's not. But since they were placed in this room specifically, makes me think that they were also another defense system.
Maybe, or maybe this is where he worked on his secret projects.
We have to go inside to find out.
Yeah. Cool. You guys, you put the mask back. The gear rolls open again. As you walk in, the way is partially lit. For those without dark vision, the way is partially lit by like the eyes of these mini warforged, kind of lighting the way. I need everyone to make another perception check for me. Suma, with that perception and also your ability to comprehend language, you see another like set of like runes on part of this wall, like shaped in a circle. You place your hand on it, and light fills the room. It turns on, and you can see that all of these mini Warforged are kind of like standing against the walls with like their heads like down. Like it feels like the light is some kind of cue to power down. Like as if like the moment you turn on the light, and you look around and you see that there is a lot of like stuff going on. There's like tables filled with like beakers with strange looking liquids. There are like parts and scraps of like warforged limbs laying around. And with that 18, you find a small like open chest, and it is filled with like these rune stones. And with that comprehend languages, you can tell that the spell inscribed on these like spherical runes is the spell Shatter. And none of these but however, none of these runes are active anymore. It's the kind of thing where like you could cast Shatter on this object and it would store that spell. And it could be activated later on a trigger. It's very, very similar to what Tracker gave you, except her stones were loaded with sending. So it's a way of like, I want to cast this spell, but not have it work until later on.
So it looks like these don't have any spells stored in them at the moment?
Yeah. But if you were to store a spell, you could store Shatter in them. Okay. Yeah.
They were planning something pretty big, and I'll explain what these are. Does it look like these would fit anywhere? Like, if I bring it up to one of the smaller Warforged, does it look like they could wear it, or it could be placed somewhere on their butt, like they would be
It would fit
for it?
exactly into the cavity that Gallet found in one of their corpses.
Yeah. Wow.
Can I attempt to pick up the chest?
It's pretty heavy. There's a lot. So you can tell from the number of stones in there that there's like one for every single one of these tiny creatures. As if all of these have been de-ruined, essentially.
May I make the attempt?
Sure. Give me a strength check.
Let's go.
15. I will say you lift it up. It's pretty heavy. Where are you taking this somewhere?
I lift it up. Let's hope this works. And basically my whole body turns to mist, and I'm hoping that it does.
Oh, you're gonna drag it in?
Yeah, too. My little ring, and my ring just clatters on the ground.
Cool. You all see Gallet and this giant chest disappear into a swarm of mist, sucked into the rain, like clatters onto the ground. Gallet, you are transported to your little home away from home.
It's a nice ship with like a little circle within the bottom half of a ship with a mast in the middle just for supporting it. Everything outside of the ship is sort of illusory with mist about my old crew. There's nice little hammocks where I used to sleep. And then I put down the chest, look around, and then bamf back. Alright.
So you see this, like, from your perspective, everybody else, the ring disappears, clatters to the ground, and then summoned back up, Gallet in its place.
I put the ring back on. Alright, that whole thing would have been really hard to carry. But I sort of wanted it.
What did you just do?
I got tricks. Captain can't keep his secrets?
I guess you can.
It's just
Insight check. Insight check.
I went inside my ring.
Okay.
That is literally it.
Do you have access to those later?
Yeah. It's something I can only do once a day, so we're out of access for it for today. And you know what? Probably should have pocketed one just in case we needed it.
Yeah.
That's one.
You know what? Next time we scour a laboratory, I'll think ahead. But don't worry, we can sell this. That's gonna be pretty penny for anyone that knows how to cast Shatter.
I believe somebody does know how to cast Shatter, I think.
If
Ruby
at all knew how to cast Shatter.
Yeah, I think
anyone knew.
Cool.
I
So
do.
yeah, so you could essentially over a long period of time, like amass like a bombs that can cast shatter like on impact, or you can set what the trigger is essentially. Cool. So you kind of move. This room seems to be the dedicated mini war forged like docking space is kind of like where they're housed. You see there's little like kind of like cylindrical indentations into the wall where they all kind of return to and kind of power down when the light comes on. You come face to face with another gear-shaped doorway. This one with a lock on it because it's like a circular kind of like thing that juts out in the middle, and there's like a lock onto it.
Oh, A-Lock's got that. It's a lock.
Do I?
It's a lock. I mean, come on.
I don't think there's a connection.
There's a total connection.
I think I've been getting lucky. I'll try. I'll look for traps on it. I've been feeling lucky. Yeah.
Make a perception check.
I investigate for traps.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay, just I can do perception if you want.
A 16. This thing is fucking booby trapped. You look closer and you see that kind of like there is a very very small tripwire that seems to be like if you like come within a certain distance of this thing and you will trigger the tripwire and you can kind of follow it up and you see like up on the wall, almost imperceptible, are these like tiny little holes where like darts could like shoot through. So you can go ahead and roll thieves' tools to like kind of like disarm this trap. And I will say Suzanne, also not wanting to get poked, will give you the help action here with her thieves'
Thank
tools.
you. I'll take that. Definitely need that. No, I don't.
Oh, you did not even need it. Cool. You get to work. And you hear like something like gears in the background like stop turning as this trap is deactivated. You can go ahead and proceed to pick the lock.
Try that. Does she help me with that as well?
Sure. Yeah. She's like,
Okay.
okay. I mean, I guess you brought two rogues for a reason. Whatever.
Well, didn't matter. I keep in the same roll.
Oh my god. It doesn't open, but she is gonna make a thieves' tools check now.
Okay.
With you giving her the
Sure.
the help action. So let's see if she gets.
Her hands are a little
better.
more nimble. Yeah.
Both natural ones.
A 12. Okay, I'm so glad because it was a 12. It was a 12. That's why I was like, oh man, you got 11.
There's just a line
cool.
behind her with me with my thieves' tools ready to go.
Like, all right, keep it going. She's able to unlock it, and she said, "Listen, like, good work with the trap and everything. Like, I'm sure I could have found it as well, but I guess count your blessings that you invited a professional." The door, as she turns the thing finally, she like pauses in the middle of picking this lock, as if she already knew she was gonna get it, like to like snark at you, and then as she finishes the sentence, clicks it. The gear tumbles over to the side. You guys pass through. This next room is already lit. And I would have you roll a perception check, but this thing is hard to miss. You see before you a giant glass tank. Inside this tank is a snake with two heads. It is exactly like the snake that you have aboard your ship. However, you notice that on your ship, that snake, you can only ever see one of its heads at a time. Every time you look at it from one angle, it's like an illusion happens, and you see it moving away from you as if it had turned completely. But you can see in this tank, like kind of like these like crystals caked into the walls of the tank, and there's like these little like eyes on the crystals, and it seems to be like perceiving it from every possible angle so that it is fixed into a state of having both heads. And you can see that both heads have their fangs sunk into these like tubes, and from one head this like clear liquid is like being funneled in, from the other head this green liquid is being funneled in, and they both converged into this like tiny like jug that is filling up with like cloudy green liquid.
The poison that is contained within those bombs.
Yes.
When we ran into the woman tracker at the post office sending, I forgot what it's called. Post office.
We'll say post office. We'll say post office.
She said it looked like reversible snake venom. I remember
Indeed.
that. This thing must
Indeed.
be in great pain.
It seems to be an extreme discomfort. Make an insight check, actually. 12. It's pretty obvious that this thing is in distress. You can tell that when it switches its heads, it's like a fight or flight response to avoid predators. And this venom is like a last resort kind of a thing, where like the fact that it's constantly being forced to produce venom and constantly not being able to perform its like fight or flight response to things is stressing it out so much that it's kind of like in physical pain.
Don't worry, buddy. We're gonna get you out of here.
It moves its eyes as if it like knows that it's talking to you, but because of the way its like jaws are like kind of like clamped and stuff into these tubes, it can't speak back to you.
Is there a way that I can investigate to sort of unlatch the thing that's keeping its fangs into the jug?
Sure. Yeah. This would involve reaching into the tank.
I don't know.
Yeah.
About that.
Don't worry. Ophelia can
I'll
do this.
I'll do it. Ophelia. Yeah, she can try.
But no, this is Ophelia. She's not whole, so it's not Ophelia. It's
I see.
Just feels.
Ophelia.
You can call me feels.
Yeah.
Feels.
Ophelia.
Feel good. I'm gonna need you to go in there and undo the restraints. And hey, Snake, I know that she's a frog, but you look at your situation. You're gonna take what you can get. All right.
Okay. You see, feels she like floats up into this tank, and you see once she comes into contact with this snake, it seems to calm down. And you remember, like from way before when you first encountered Ophelia, that emperor frogs have the ability to commune with nature. They're kind of like a nature spirit in a way. And her presence seems to be calming down this snake to an extent. I'm gonna have you roll I guess a charisma check. That's your spellcasting modifier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Charisma check.
A 22. Okay, so you kind of empower Ophelia with the power. Like she like kind of comes on, like the water like kind of slides into like where these like chains are, like into the cracks of this like lock, and fills it until it bursts from the pressure. And you see immediately one head of the snake whips out, and as it reaches like the open air of the tank, it becomes a tail, and it's like kind of fluttering around the tail. Ophelia goes to the other side, does that, and then the snake kind of like slithers out of the tank and onto the ground. There's now a live snake in front of you. It seems it like rears up, and you can tell that like the head keeps switching places as if it's been under so much trauma and stress that like it can't like do the illusion properly. It seems extremely distressed still. Now that it's escaped.
What I happen to know is so the illusion is basically based on people seeing it, right?
Yeah, being perceived.
All right.
It has two heads, but it makes you think it only has one, that it's always going in the opposite direction from you.
I open my
to run
satchel.
away.
Want to get in?
You see the snake goes like two voices like layered on top of each other, like, in there. Why?
Because
So you can capture me like the last one did?
well, I mean, we're breaking you out, so like your situation wouldn't change that much. But no.
And you can make a persuasion check with advantage.
All right.
Both of those will do it. You see the snake goes, okay. You promise to keep me away from that thing, that unnatural being,
Rotwood, the Mark One.
the thing, the tree that moves.
Yeah, there's a lot of those, but yeah,
Understood. You see the snake. They like slide into your satchel and coils up immediately. And like you close it on, like you close the satchel on top of it, and you can tell that like it kind of seems to calm down as it's no longer being perceived by anybody.
Man, now that I think about it, all the animals on the ship sort of are based off of being perceived, except the snail, really. The bat, the dog, the snake.
Yeah.
That's just a fun thing. That's all.
There is also an incredibly non-magical lizard. I will remind everybody that there's an incredibly non-magical
yeah.
lizard
Mm.
aboard the ship that has no magic at all.
Let's go, Gary.
Cool. As you move about this room,
Can
you
I-
see. Yeah.
I just wanted to grab the vial. Like, is that like a small of the venom?
It's like the size of like a Brita filter. It's like like a 5-gallon water thing.
Oh,
Like
perfect.
filled with like that's filling this cloudy green liquid. And as you look around, you see that there are several of these like tanks, both full and empty, like kind of around, scattered in this room of the laboratory. Yeah. Anything else you guys want to do in this room?
A vial. It previously had red wraith water in
Yes.
it. But I figure that was just a side effect. Toss it out. I try to bottle up some of this venom.
Sure. Make.
Do it safe. Use a portent
Hey,
if you have to.
Look for safety tools.
Yeah. You can see that there's like a pair of like I guess like metal like lined gloves
Mhm.
that like I presumably Rotwood would use to like kind of like bottle these things. You grab some and you very carefully pour. Make a dexterity check for me to see how if you can
Sure.
pour this without spilling anything anywhere.
Oh no.
I I want to say in you're trying to be hasty, like you kind of drop it and it spills on the floor. I want to say Suma and Gallet, you were probably nearby as well. Both of you make dexterity saving throws. I'll let you use feels to give you
I
rough.
am rolling badly tonight.
A 17 saves. Suma, some of this poison is gonna get onto you. It's not gonna get into any open wounds or anything. It will. You can tell like it'll burn through something. So if you want to use your portent here, I'll give you the chance to do that. Or you can just take let's see what happens with it.
Wait, question.
Yeah.
If I throw feels at it and tell it to purify, since it's liquid based into a gaseous form, would that help her?
Likely.
I do it anyways because I don't know how this works.
Likely, this will not have a fast enough effect in order to do that. Like
Yeah,
this is
we haven't gotten into the
I-
weeds yet. I don't think so. I'm gonna use it.
okay. Cool.
Which
A
would make
14
that
plus 2
17.
will save.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, plus 3. Okay. You like the orb shimmers. Like in your pocket, nobody sees it, but like in an instant, fate changes and like a timeline is completely erased as you dip back, just in time for none of this splash to get on. You notice, however, that this is entirely in liquid form. There's no gas. It's just liquid splashing. It would have like maybe burned into your leg slightly or like seared you in some way, but it is not in the gaseous form that it has been being deployed elsewhere.
Mhm.
Cool. You all, after that harrowing near miss averted by fate, see that this room funnels into a hallway. Yeah, do you guys proceed down this hallway?
I don't think there's anything left in this room.
Just want to make sure that you guys didn't have anything else you wanted to do.
Do you think we should leave these here?
I have one of the. To confirm, do I have one of the filters?
Oh, you're gonna carry a full tank of it with you?
Could I do that? No, you don't think I should do this?
No, okay, let's say you do this. You are carrying the most toxic thing we've now travel so far. If something bad
Hey,
happens...
well, if we don't... Throw it at somebody.
Okay, you know what?
Um,
You go ahead, girl.
If you're gonna hold it, stand away from me, just in case you
Oh,
drop
yeah,
it.
yeah, there was
Already,
gonna be
I
a
already
birth
rolled the
around
one.
you.
What could happen?
True.
I got this. I got this.
Oh, she's got this. She's got this. Everyone just keep
Yeah.
20 feet back.
You're gonna lift it. You're gonna lift this thing. Are you gonna make any attempt to put like a stopper on it of any kind?
Oh, yeah. Could I...
Make a perception check to see if you can find like something to cover this thing with. Okay, you find like this like thing of like heavily reinforced wood, like reinforced with metal. You slap it on top. I'll say you can carry the jug, but while you're holding this thing, make a strength check for me actually to see how much it affects you.
Okay.
19. You heave it up with no problem. It's kind of precarious, but you are holding this fucking 5-gallon jug, which is like nearly your height.
Over my head.
Over your head. Okay,
Okay.
that seems wise. Cool. You all proceed down the hallway. You see that this hallway branches. It's like it goes down one way, right? Into this smaller. It looks like a small archway made of brass, and there's like a normal like wooden door next to it, into it, that is slightly ajar. That's all the way down at the end of the hallway. To the left, on the left side, you see another massive door that looks like a gear. And you see like the platform, kind of like with as a doormat, is like brass in a semicircle and then glass on it. Which way do you guys want to explore?
There's an open door. I'd assume that would be the best choice for the beginning. But I'll defer to the true thief, Alok.
I'm not a thief.
What are you?
Not a thief.
Who learns these things if not being a thief?
Well, it's a long story, but I can go check it out. I guess I could try to sneak up in case anyone's in there.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. Alok, you sneak forward. As you go down the hallway, you pass this massive gear door, and you hear there's stuff going on in there. There's like things chugging and grinding, and like machines like grumbling inside. But you know, past that, you don't think you need to be that stealthy because whatever is inside there is making so much noise that your footsteps are nothing in comparison. You go up to this open door. Do you just push it in and walk inside?
No, I'm gonna keep an eye out, listen, maybe, just being very careful.
Okay, make an investigation check. Okay, a 23. With a 23, your eyes catch a flicker. This open door is an illusion. It's not an open door at all, and like briefly you catch like a you kind of see through the disguise of it, and then you look around and there's a tiny like indentation in the wall. You push it, and then the wall itself moves over. And it looks like the interior of what this open door was leading into. You walk into this. It looks like an office. It's like, by the way, of note, this whole place has been made of stone so far, instead of like the normal storm wood that everything else in Lagana has been made out of. This interior of the lab, this downstairs basement area, is made of stone. You walk in, and this place is like covered with like documents and scientific diagrams and charts and books splayed open and manic writing, and stuff has been like tossed around on the floor. You see like this broken piece of crystal face down on the floor, and it just looks like it's in a state of general chaos.
Yeah, I'll
like
wave
to
everyone
start
forward.
Sorry, what'd you say, Brew?
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't on it yet.
Well, I would before, so now
I'd
you're
like
here.
to start taking. So, yeah.
Cool.
Like
So
the
you all walk in, like take a look around in here. Yeah. Cool. Everybody make an investigation check for me to see what everybody finds. Ooh, so many numbers. I will say, Gallet and Buru, you spend a lot of time kind of combing through documents that don't really make much sense to you. Suma,
This is just a receipt.
Suma, you find like a long log of like the operations that Rotwood has been performing on these little mini creatures. You see the diagram, and you learn that these mini creatures are called Warforged Mark Fives. And you learn basically through examining this document, Rotwood has like kind of injected some of his personal beliefs into this. These things were created this way. It wasn't Rotwood putting bombs into them, putting shatter spells into them. When these things were created by the humans and the elves and the dwarves to fight the Kraken, they like successfully made each generation of Warforged less sentient, less able to think for themselves. And their final iteration of creation of these things were these mindless drones who could feel and like think enough to follow orders, but who cannot speak. And then program them to become awake and aware once it was dark in the depths of the ocean, lunge towards the nearest thing that is made of flesh and not wood and metal, clamp onto it, and self-destruct. These things were created to die. These things were created to self-destruct themselves, essentially. And Rotwood has gone through incredible lengths to find as many of these surviving ones as possible to de-room them and keep them from doing this thing. But you can see that he's lamenting in his notes that it's like I have saved them from their ultimate fate, and yet I have doomed them to a life with no purpose. And you recall like kind of the weird, confused, and kind of frustrated expression they had when they were unable to follow their programming to its fullest. Ruby, you go in and you find like a detailed document listing the Organic Isolation Act. And this is you can see that it was drafted by the Master of Docs, the Mark One Warforged Waverock. He had him and Rotwood were collaborating on this thing to have people shelter in their homes and shut themselves in after sundown. And you can see there's like provisions like all organics must, obey everything that the Warforged say. Follow orders explicitly. All orders will be given via the message delivery system, and all messages must be read immediately. And you see at the bottom, there's like a section that has been crossed out, but you can make out what it says underneath. It says the Rotwood Initiative, and it says each Warforged may submit a petition to exclude one organic from this act. So the Rotwood Initiative, also known as the Rotwood Exception, would provide people, like if a Warforged really wanted to, like this organic is important, like we're not subjecting them to this. There's a provision for that, but it seems it has been crossed out. And Alok, carrying over that 23 investigation, you go in and you discover Rotwood's private journal, and you flip back to earlier. As you flip through, you recognize that more recently his notes and thoughts are scattered and like harebrained and manic. But you flip back, and there's this detailed plan of like he was in the beginning. He refers to Palm very glowingly. He refers to her as like the only organic worth anything. Like, and has like I doubt even my own initiative and my own plan after meeting this woman, because perhaps there is a spark of worth in them after all. and that kind of thing. But eventually, and then you see even more concerningly, but the storm is coming, and we must save ourselves before we save the organics. I will find a way to keep Palm alive. And you can see that essentially he had this like plan drawn up where Palm was supposed to start a fire somewhere, not get caught, and that he was going to use that as kind of a reason to push this legislation into the council, this curfew, this organic isolation act into the council. And he seems very hyped about this plan, but eventually it's like once the act is into place, then the final step of the plan can be enacted, and we can finally steer this island somewhere safe from the storm. But after that, you can tell there's like some pages ripped out. And you can tell that like, this probably chronologically happened after Palm set fire to the upstairs laboratory, and he had to try to change plans. Cool. That was a lot of information. But you went in here first. So that is all. I'm assuming you guys relay that information between each other. There's not much more left. Is there anything else you want to do in this office area? This is like his private office area.
Just I have a question for Alok. The recent stuff was manic. What was the recent stuff? Is it just him making new plans because she got caught?
It seems that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of like read it out loud, and it's like never trust them again. The plan must continue. I will have no regrets. There is no, I do this not only for my cause, not only for my people, not only to spite the bastards that created us simply to follow their barbaric intentions, but I do this because they deserve to die. And it's kind of like stuff like that, just over and over and over again. Like he's like venting out his frustrations and his hatred for organics, which seems to have erupted tenfold. And you see, yeah, like kind of like filling the pages.
So he's mad at Palm because she got caught about how she betrayed him? Was that the implication?
The implication is she didn't go through with the plan. The plan never went the way it was supposed to.
Oh.
She, for some reason, to you guys, you don't really know why she did this, but she set fire to the laboratory on her own.
Probably didn't want to hurt the organics.
Mhm.
Let's hold on to all that info because we're gonna probably need to be showing it for evidence.
Yeah.
But let's go deeper inside to figure out why she burned everything. If this is it, or if there's more going on. Because this dude, he did something nice for the Warforged Halfling guys, Mark 5s. The snake didn't deserve that. So he's planning something still. Let's move forward. If everyone's okay.
Oh, yes. And Alok, can I have you roll another investigation check? Because that was from your carried over one. I need you to make a new one.
I rolled a 24 after the 23, but I can do another one.
Oh, you did? Okay, with that 24, you see like blueprints and a diagram for this massive machine to be constructed in the lab. And you can see like this, like it's like a circular thing, like a thing hanging on top of it, like these gears going crazy everywhere. And you see like there's like a little hole that you could put something in, and you see that diagram, and you see that it looks like there's like arrows pointing into looks like a diagram of, because you went there earlier, the circle, the center of the island. There seems to be like a building there, and you can see what appears to be the origin point of the message delivery system. So Rotwood is essentially building something that will link directly to the message delivery system.
Oh. Oh, do you think he planned on sending all of that poison to all of the organics, maybe?
Is this poison...
I mean, it does say in the initiative to open all mail immediately.
Is this poison... Do we all know yet if it's non-lethal?
Test it.
The tracker. Do you want a little bit?
You trying to move up real quick?
Tracker directly told that all of you, or I guess Suma and Ruby, that the poison is 100% lethal
Yeah.
unless you
she
have
was
some kind of immunity.
surprised that
Okay.
Ruby survived.
Yeah.
And Aurelius, because he got dosed twice.
Mhm.
Yeah. Aurelius got dosed twice. However, you, Gallet and Ruby, you both witnessed like the wind itself pulling the gas out of him. It's probably the only reason he lived there.
Okay. Whoa, I could have
Mm.
died.
I guess
Man.
he's planning
More
just
importantly,
that.
I could have died.
Well, you're a dwarf. This wouldn't affect you as much, right?
Well, usually no, but then it was a combination of magic and poison, so
Yeah, go ahead and anybody roll a nature check for me.
I'm now even more worried that she's holding a giant gallon of the thing above her. Oh, it's actually
Yeah,
lethal.
this whole time she's been investigating, just like, okay, Ruby,
one-handed.
I think that you were able to conclude that there were two heads to the snake, separately feeding into this thing. They were different colors. The poison has two effects. One puts you to sleep, one rots your insides. And you can tell that you were affected by one of those things, the sleeping magical part, but you were unaffected by the poisonous part. And so that's why you were affected, but not by the poison. Because it's like two things combined into one. And it's probably the reason why Rotwood did that in the first place, because one head of the snake would probably be enough to get the poison, but he needed both to also achieve the sleep effect.
Was it?
Cool.
I don't know if I was there. Just asking for Ruby and Suma. I wasn't there, but was there like someone that died? You guys were talking about with the messenger person.
Oh, the
Oh,
post office guy
yeah.
died.
Yes,
How did they die?
there
Mhm.
was. That's right. She said his organs dissolved, basically, didn't she?
Yes.
She said it wasn't pretty. She said he fell asleep and then they happened with his organs, which is why
But
we were confused.
I don't think he was. I mean, he was just a guy, right?
Yeah. How would whoever
He was a
would
former
try to target
adventurer, I
him?
think.
Maybe he was getting to the bottom of things.
Maybe he was questioning him. Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe he was the guinea
His
pig.
name was
He just wanted.
Bershin.
His name was Bershin. Wow, you remembered that. That's crazy.
Bershin.
Hell yeah, note taking. Awesome. Cool. I will say probably that's all you can really gather. A lot of his other stuff is maybe like kind of indecipherable at this point, or ripped up, or in some kind of code. But you've pretty much gleaned what you could from this office area.
Alright, we got a lot on him.
You do have a lot on him. He did not expect anybody to be able to get this far into his home.
Let's get more dirt. But like Ruby, seriously, just be careful with that thing. If that
I got it.
if that breaks over you, it's gonna be a mess.
I have healing words. Like, it's not a big deal, guys. I don't know why you're freaking out about this.
Hey,
Eh,
Feels,
you,
just
you see Susanna's like, we might need a whole healing sentence, honestly. This place is kind of spooky.
hey, Feels. I order Feels to go on her shoulder just in case. I got a bad feeling.
Cool. All right. There is one last place you guys have not explored. There's this massive giant gear door behind which a roar of machines is clanking and clumbering. Um, at the foot of this door, there is a semicircle made of glass. Kind of like as like a doormat, like a little platform that you have to step onto in order to kind of like push into this door. You can tell that there's no lock on it as you guys walk back into the hallway. There's no lock onto it. There's just like a central like button that it looks like if you push it in, it will activate the gears that will unravel this door and have it open. How do you approach this door?
You lost?
Can I?
Master
Well,
unlock. Go ahead.
I want to detect magic also.
That's smart. You know
Thank
what?
you.
You sure we
Just-
shouldn't
Yeah.
just in case
throw it
before.
into our issues? Are you sure?
You cast detect magic on what? Oh, just in general, right?
On the door, and if it has to be more specific, on the glass part.
Sure. You cast absolutely great call. Excellent call. You cast detect magic, and you see that there is a very a strong abjuration magic cast onto this mirror. Um, I know it doesn't do this, but okay, I'll give a more general description. You can tell that if you step onto this mirror, something will happen. And actually, as you were examining it, you can see that the aura, because you can see the aura of abjuration magic, you can see that the aura goes beyond the door, as if this is one half of a mirror. It's a semicircle, but the semicircle continues on the other side. If that makes sense. I will say, make an Arcana check with advantage, because you're casting detect magic.
Oh my god.
A nat 20. Insane. A nat 20 with the advantage. Awesome. You know that the enchantment cast on this mirror is whatever steps onto this one half of it, a mirror, like a 3D mirror image of it, will appear on the other side of this door. So Rotwood will always know in advance if anybody is standing at the door to his laboratory and can see what they look like and what they're preparing as they're standing on this mat, on this like glass thing.
Interesting.
So he's on the other side of the door?
Presumably. I guess you don't actually know that, but
Yeah, he could
it would
be.
it would
though.
stand to reason.
Can I use locate object to see where he is?
Calling him an object?
I mean, he's a
I mean,
warforged.
it's
It's just a series
Mm.
of objects.
I
um,
thought
He
I
was a
thought it
creature.
can
was
locate
not
object?
work.
Can locate object do creatures? I thought there was like a
No.
locate creature spell,
Yeah,
right?
there's locate. Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Oh, there's locate creature. Okay,
I will
okay.
say, Ruby, you have a very good intuitive feeling that he's gonna be behind that door.
If you had like a hat and you saw it, you could locate that. But
Yeah, I could be like, he has this necklace
Sure.
or something. But I don't know what he has.
I will say, save your spell. You can tell he's behind there.
Okay.
I just, in the interest of your spell
Okay.
slots. It would have worked though. It would have worked. It would have been worked and it would have been cool. But I want you to save the spell slot. Buru, you can go ahead and put on your nice clothes. What does it look like?
It's a black jacket with red velvet interior, vest, white shirt underneath, black pants,
Hell
and black shoes.
Hell yeah, you're looking fucking stylish. So if you do step on this mirror, Rotwood may have like just pause for a moment to admire your outfit. So
Yeah,
that might give you some
damn.
time. Like Jesus, like okay, Hadsy, like
Now-
what's up with these guys?
Announce that
What-
B5 is here. It's perfect.
Yeah. All right. What do you do? This door is not locked. It is openable. The only enchantment is that he will know you are on the doorstep and can, or at least he will see whatever comes onto the doorstep.
I have a mage hand. I can press the button from however far the mage
Yeah,
hand reaches.
yeah.
To make him think it's not functioning.
Where are
Do
you
we-
standing?
How big is the doodad? Because I can
Uh,
cast it 30 feet away from me.
Yeah, that's more than fine.
So then I will not stand on it, and I'll just float my hand over the mirror and push the
Yeah.
button. Unless when we're ready. When we're ready.
When you're
Yeah.
ready.
yeah, I
when
have
you're ready.
a question for the group. What's our
Hmm.
plan? Are we gonna go in there and kill him? Are we gonna try to talk? What are we? We
Right.
have the evidence. Do we need to engage?
Eh,
He's gonna find out we're there if we open.
I
The fact that
mean,
it's like the mage hand only saves us a couple of seconds, right? Before he sees that we're there behind the door.
yeah, this is a weird scenario.
It's possible that in a couple, like an hour, he'll walk out here, see that people know about his plans, and he enacts it now without
Yeah,
consent.
It's not not exactly. Okay, so my thought process at the best thing we can do. I'll pop in at once, say you're under arrest. Hopefully he doesn't know maritime law, and then just talk it out from there. Because if we're trying to prove that
Then
he's
toss the poison at him.
the issue,
Well, I don't.
if we toss the poison, that's a good like. He ain't expecting someone to just carry that jug for sure. I wouldn't.
You think it'll affect him?
Well,
Yeah,
isn't
I'm
there
not sure.
leadwood? Is it like legitimately? Isn't one of the poison like the poisons are like kill someone and rot someone, right? DM.
No, put someone to sleep.
Puts them to sleep and then kills them
Sleep,
while they're
yeah.
asleep by like ripping apart their organs from the inside.
I have a feeling it only works on organics.
Oh, so is it not working also on wood people with the? Was Bertrand not Warforged?
Bertrand was a human.
Ah, that's where. So this is actually just more of a danger to us in this.
Yeah,
Could you put
maybe.
Could you put it down, Ruby?
Okay, I'll put it down
Thank you.
just for now while we're
Just
talking.
we can after we're done, you can come back and get your jar. Okay, so
I remember that.
we don't have
Um,
much we can do well here because if we leave, he'll see that we're here, and
yeah.
he already has like the power, so it would be a weird situation. The best way of a power move we can do is probably fight him and try to not kill him. I'd say just knock him
Yeah.
out.
Do we want to
All
start by
right.
talking? Because maybe we
And
should
then
cheese the door. Right?
Ruby?
Have it?
what?
Oh, okay.
You're saying something.
I thought you were,
Oh, I think there's a lag because then I didn't hear what you were saying. When I stopped. I was gonna say, should we bring him to the council meeting tomorrow? Like, what's the plan after that? Like,
Okay,
are
so
we gonna go to the execution?
we are sort of flying by the seat of our pants and hoping for more information in that room.
Okay.
Already we've
Okay.
committed so many crimes. We're just going through with it at this point. I think
God, that's true.
I think at this point we're just putting all our eggs in
Hey,
the basket.
what's the problem with the crimes? I feel like you're kind of like downplaying crimes here. I feel like, yeah, what are laws anyway, right?
Yeah. They're more guidelines.
Yeah, they're really more like suggestions that I don't agree with.
Exactly.
Listen, are we gonna
Hmm.
fucking kill this guy or not? Like, that
we're
seemed
not-
to be the
okay.
vibe when we got in here, and now it doesn't seem like the vibe.
Okay, we're gonna fight the guy, and if we can, knock him out or tie him up.
Hmm.
Okay, works for me.
I don't know if Warforged can be knocked out still, but
We'll find out.
we'll find
I'm gonna
out.
find out.
And if not, I mean, do they need every single like ligament? I don't know. I don't know the anatomy of a Warforged, but if we just like rip off his arms and legs, his heart's still there, and I'll get my hand.
You think it's painful for them?
Oh yeah, definitely.
They fully experience pain. Yes,
They would. He would be horribly in pain.
seems like a fucked up design choice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they feel pain. Cool. So there are all preparations out of the way.
Amazing plan. Everyone knows what we're doing. Let's go.
Subdue the guy. Is that what the
Try
Yes,
our
yeah.
best.
Okay.
Try our best.
Cool.
Alright, if I knock?
I mean, he just know we're gonna be coming anyway, so sure.
Hmm.
Well, actually, no. If we knock, he'll know. Like, there won't be like an element of surprise. Like, I think we should all just go in the door. Can we all go in the door at once?
Are you just gonna rush it?
Yeah, just rush him. It's not like he has a trap. No one has traps
Okay.
this far in. No one has traps this far in.
Cool. So Suma, you're gonna mage hand in, and everyone's gonna run through it.
Yeah,
Just rush
I
him.
don't think I'll probably run with everyone at the same time, but I will open
Yeah.
the door for them.
Can I get everyone's marching order?
I'll go just before Suma.
Okay, so hanging back. Who's taking the
We'll
lead?
go second.
Second. You're going second, not first. Specifically second. Okay, who's first?
Wait, hey, I bring Felia a bit closer. Hey, Felia.
Yeah.
Do you got friends?
Like here or on the other side? Just kidding.
On the other side, like, could we get some backup?
I mean, there doesn't seem to be any animals near here other than the snake that's in your satchel. And that one beetle, I can still feel him, but he seems to be kind of on the way out of this place. He kind of freaked him out earlier.
Uh,
I just I look at my ring. Hey, this is a pretty cool thing that like getting little people that help me out. Can you do me a solid here? I don't know how magic works. And I hold out my hand. But instead from my hand, it comes from I guess in this scenario, it would come from my shadow.
Hmm.
2 extra familiars pop up.
Ooh.
There's a whole flock
You
of
summon two. Do you want those to be like Felia as well?
well, no, Felia is included. It would usually be 3, but if you already
Right,
have
right.
So
Okay, because I will say she would have the ability to like split herself into 3.
Oh yeah. Then if she could do that, that's why I was asking if she could do something like that.
Okay, yeah. There's only like one entity, but she's in 3 places at once, like with her vast consciousness.
All right, and for funsies, if it's able from her body, the splits are an imp and a pseudo dragon.
Okay.
They're all like the
Cool.
imp is very like froggy and warty.
Yeah.
And the pseudo dragon would be like somewhat like the snake we saw, I assume.
Yeah, I would say like Pseudo Dragon is like she kind of like grows like a kind of like a tadpole tail, kind of, and it like becomes like forked at the end. Yeah, she kind of contorts herself into these different forms. So she's like calling upon the powers of nature to conjure up different like animal like features.
All right.
Yeah, 3 Phelias. Woo! Hello, kind of like around you. At the same time, in the best way. Cool. Anything else anybody wants to do?
well, I'll go
Also,
first. If no one else wants to go first,
you know what? I'll be right behind you. I actually fucking respect that. Lots of these are fucking cowards. You see Suzanne kind of like goes up like right behind you. She like nods at you, twirling her dagger.
I think she was talking to you, Guru. That was rude.
So we have Ruby, Suzanne, Gallet. Where are you in the order of like coming in?
I'm gonna go after that. I'm gonna go after the heavy, so like after Buru too.
Okay, so that leaves Alok next, unless you want to be last.
I don't know. Still not really sure of our roles.
Okay, you can hang
I'll
back.
stick to the back for now. Yeah.
Okay, so Ruby, Suzanne, Buru, Gallet, Suma, Alok. Does that seem fair?
Alrighty.
Cool. Okay. Give me 1 second. All right, real quick. Give me a few moments as we have kind of nailed that down. Oh, how do I? Hold on. Cool. Alrighty. So, Suma, you command your mage hand to push into this the wall. You see the gears kind of like roll like different rings of the gears roll in different directions, up and down and all across into recede into the walls. You all rush forward and you see a tall warforged man, like the bald head, but you can see that he has been badly damaged. It looks as if the wood across him has been charred and burnt, and specifically around his arms and his chest, and like parts of his arms are like kind of missing, as they have burned away. He doesn't look to be in great health. This entire room is made of stone, but around on the walls and on the ground, there's like these massive churning gears everywhere. There's these weird like doodads, and like in the back you can see like there's like uh there's like three sections. On the one on the left and on the right, you see like these big like furnace looking things, like tanks that like chugging and like emitting steam and hissing. And around them you see like these like the ones that you were carrying, Ruby, these tanks of like green, cloudy green liquid. And there's like on both sides, and in the middle, Alok, you recognize the giant contraption that was outlined in the what's it called, in in the diagram that you had found in Rotwood's office. Rotwood turns to look at the six of you with Suzanne now, and he says, "Intruders in my laboratory? Organics at that. Why have you come here?"
You're going to jail.
Jail?
Yep.
There is no prison here for me, and there's no prison anywhere that could hold me. And you see, like, he like presses. You can see like on his arm, he has like a series of like buttons of like runic like engravement, and these buttons on this like kind of like arm thing. And he presses one of them, and the door behind you shuts. You are standing on the other side of the room now. He has locked you in with him. Everybody roll initiative.
Is there a battle room map?
Yes, there is. I just wanted to describe it first before I showed you.
I'm gonna wait for initiative until further.
I forgot to add my thingies.
Oh, so that's what Suzanne looks like.
Yeah. You can go ahead and reorder yourself if you imagine yourself having like run in a different place. I just didn't want to put you super far into like the room without you seeing. Okay. I'm gonna have to write these down. Cool. We got Ayla. What's your dex, Ruby?
It is +1.
+1. Okay, going there. I'll roll for Suzanne. Oh, boy. Okay, she's gonna go right after Blue roll.
The little circles will be my familiars. I got it.
Cool. Sick. Sorry, I was not expecting that. Okay. All right. You see, kind of before this battle begins, Rotwood kind of like steps closer to you, and he says, "Who are you? How did you manage to get in here?"
We're the B5.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means we're the
We're just a
greatest.
couple of organics.
Wow. Come so soon to your death. The party wasn't set to start until tomorrow morning.
We've discovered your plot, you evil fiend.
Wrong words.
I'm new
Strong
to
words.
Construct.
Construct, you automaton of no fun.
Vile words from one of the species that created me. Were you aware? Were your people aware when you made the Warforged that you were creating something better than yourselves? Built to do the barbaric task of carrying out your bloodshed and then discarded right after it was over.
You're bringing your own bloodshed. You chose your path, and you're walking.
Sometimes blood deserves to be shed. Sometimes there is a greater good that your small, infinitesimally simple minds could never comprehend.
I feel like this is just a reverse with the Kraken thing, like the whole greater good, and I feel like you're getting to the same place your creators got to. You're just really mad about it.
You see, this kind of shakes him, and he stops talking. At kind of like as like a legendary action type of thing, he like raises his hand, and you see one of these trap doors over here, flips open, and emerging from it, is a tiny cannon. Um, oh, oh my god. There you go. A cannon pops out of the ground. A cannon emerges from there, and you see like a beam of plasma, like it's like gathering, and arcane energy is gathering in its barrel, getting ready to fire. Alok, you were first in the initiative order. What is your move?
Oh boy, that's a good question. This map is awesome, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Speaking of, but I don't know where to go on the map. I'll just
We should
pop
probably
here.
split up a little bit. That's all.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll go to here, and I'll just aim my bow at him. Hold my action to attack if an ally gets within 5 feet of him.
Cool. You see before you fire, as kind of a reaction, he presses one of the buttons on his armband, and these two. Can you see where I'm clicking?
No.
Okay.
No.
Are
You
you
see
in
the
the gym layer?
oh, I am. Maybe that's why. Can you see that?
Mm.
Okay, basically, you see kind of at the entrance, there's these two gears, and emerging from them are these like weird protruding like kind of like conductor things.
Mhm.
These things glow red. They kind of like beam into him in like a continuous beam, and a force field appears around his body. You're not really sure what this thing does, but it extends about that far around his body. You may go ahead and make your attack.
I'm holding my action to attack.
You're holding your actions? Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Next up in the order, Ruby. It is your move.
Could I try to cast command on Wood?
Sure. You will be doing so at disadvantage. He has advantage on like enchantment type effects that would like try to force
Okay.
him to do one thing or another. But sure.
It can still work.
If you want, it can still work if you want to use that.
Yeah. Can I try to tell him to like put something good? Is it okay to knock him out if we're still gonna question him? I guess we could still tie him up or something while he's asleep. Okay. I'll just tell him to sleep.
Yeah.
Then
go
I'm
ahead
gonna cast that at level 1.
Cool.
I think you have to do a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom saving throw. Alrighty. Yeah, so that's gonna be, does that beat your spell save DC? What's your spell save DC?
It's 12.
Okay, so he does save against this.
Oh,
You
I
cast
thought
command.
it was a 3. My bad. Okay, yeah.
You cast your command. He goes, kind of like shrugs it off. And he says, "I think I'm about done taking orders from organics. Thank you very much." Yeah. Do you take your movement to go anywhere?
I'll just move out of the way.
Cool.
Go like here.
Cool. All right. That's your turn. Unless you need to do anything else. Buru, it's you. It's you, my man. You're muted if you're saying anything.
I have not yet.
Okay, cool.
40 foot. Yeah, I'm gonna run here.
All right. That's your movement. What else are you gonna do?
I'm gonna throw a dart just at his leg.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna throw a dart at his legs.
Cool. Roll to hit. You throw a dart and it disintegrates in this force field around him.
That's all I can do right now.
Cool. Suzanne is gonna run forward. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. She's gonna bonus action like go over here, and she's gonna fire on Rotwood over here. She doesn't really know what's happening or what's going on, but she like, yeah, fuck this guy. That kind of jumps behind the table, shoots a short bolt, and her short bolt disintegrates as well in the force field. She looks over at you, Suma and Galp have not moved yet, and be like, what the fuck are we fighting exactly?
Robot.
Okay, I mean, I guess, Suma, that is your move.
Okay. Interesting. Which of these is it? These gears up here that are doing the force field?
Yeah, the two of them, yes.
Both of them. Okay. Yeah, I just look to Gallet and say, I can take the left if you want to take the right. I think we need to stop these things before we can get to him. And then...
Oh, sure, I'm the good choice for this one.
You're all I've got, but I said it out loud, so maybe someone else also heard. And I'm gonna run over this way. With my movement, I'll use my bonus action to start my
Lights on.
Lights
Hell
on?
yeah.
Yep. And then I'm gonna hit it with my sword. I
Okay.
guess.
Go ahead.
Or actually,
roll.
maybe I'll try a shocking grasp instead.
For sure. Yeah.
Because I'm curious.
A 24. That's the hit, right?
Yes.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll 5 lightning damage. You reach out and like the electricity crackles out from your palms, and it strikes this little like beacon thing that is beaming into Rotwood, and you can tell like it like sparks and like jitters and stuff. You have badly damaged this thing. It is, however, seems to still be operational, but you can tell that you've damaged it extremely badly. Your lightning seems to have been more effective than maybe you thought it would have been.
Yeah.
Cool. Gallet, that's your move.
Oh, sweet. Well, I was told that it's up to me, so it's always, it's up to me. These guys, I'll have the little Marion follow me, and Marion the dragon. We're just running over here. And,
Okay, got it.
And I see that this is a cog, and is there a place for me to shut my crowbar in to basically stop it?
Sure. Roll to hit.
Can the dragon give me aid as its action?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put in. Do I add my proficiency, or is it just straight up dex? Or strength?
I would say you probably don't have proficiency in crowbar in this, like using a crowbar in this way. So just add your dexterity. Yeah. I will say that neither of those. You kind of like you clang against it, but you can't really find a place like a sizable gap in there to get the crowbar wedged in there.
Okay, and with my bonus action, I will
Yeah.
To see if you can attack. Let's see how if it can make it far enough. Oh, no, that's not it. Yeah. It has 40 fly speed, so it just stop. I want to grab it. It's not letting me grab it, DM. For some reason,
I know.
I can't grab it.
Try scrolling down.
Yeah, people's things are in the way. I can't. Yeah, I.
No,
Oh.
zoom out of the map then.
I have to move everyone.
I'll zoom out. Okay. I will grab this. Yes. And nope. Okay. You know what? This works.
Okay.
And does anything happen once it enters the space?
Have your little imp make a Constitution saving throw.
That's a strong +1. Let's do this little guy. D20 +1. That would be a 16.
Cool. A 16 saves. It takes half damage from being in the sphere. Let me roll that.
What type of damage is that?
Force damage.
Force damage. Darn it.
Yeah. So that's gonna be 3 damage to your little imp.
Nice.
It makes it in, but it is being actively pushed out. But it has time passing that save to do something while it's in range.
I will use my reaction to have it into 1 damage.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
And that is the end of my turn.
Awesome.
Wait, hold up. He can attack. Can he attack?
Yeah, he can attack. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, no.
You're familiar.
With my bonus action, I got the special pact thing.
Yeah,
So he
go for it.
will hit. It's a +5 to hit. So D20. 12.
A 12 does not hit.
All right. But he may be providing something for A-Lock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make my attack go off? Does that count as an ally within 5 feet?
Sure. Yeah. Roll to hit with advantage.
It
I
wouldn't
guess
be
not.
with
I guess not advantage. Just like rolls. Yeah. It'll be sneak attack.
Oh,
Wow.
you know what you need?
A nat
A-Lock
20.
has been on point this whole time.
That's gonna
It's
hit.
unbelievable.
How much damage is that?
Ooh, I rolled not that great, but
That's 18 damage.
yeah.
Cool. You do so. As this little imp is forcing its way through this force field, you can see that it shifts the flow of it momentarily, like kind of like focuses on the imp to push it out. It creates a little gap. Shoo, the arrow flies straight in, shoo, hits Rotwood right in the head, and like in one movement, the imp is boom, like pushed out of this area, and Rotwood turns to you, Abok.
Oh, no.
You have dealt damage to this man. However, it is now That's the end of your turn, Gallup.
Oh yeah, I'm out. I did literally
It is
everything.
Rotwood's turn. He is going to. You see, he presses another button on his thing, and yet another. Actually, yeah, yet another. Shoot, cannon. Shoot, hatch flips open. Cannon goes out. This one directly turns to you, Alok, and the other one in the corner over there is gonna aim for Suzanne. I'm gonna attack Suzanne. This first roll is gonna be Suzanne. This second roll is going to be for Alok. Okay. That's a crit on Suzanne.
Well, you know what?
That's a crit on Suzanne. And the second one.
We're gonna have 2 wakes in one night.
No way!
Thanks.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
What are the fucking odds of that?
Oh no!
Well,
Holy shit! Suzanne is gone. Suzanne is down.
I
Suzanne
don't
is
think there's anything
100%
I can
down.
do about that one.
Yeah, Suzanne is down.
Yeah, so am I.
She's faded. Alok, you were also faded. That's the most insane double.
That's
3
3 crits
nat
in a row.
20s were rolled in a row.
Okay, we're gonna have to play some crazy game to get past this.
Yeah.
Oh my
The guys, I
god.
got him. I go, oh shit!
Boom, blasted immediately on the ground. Alok is down. Okay, interesting. That is the end of Rotwood's turn. He doesn't move. He sends those 2 blasts firing, and then like as he watches both of you hit the ground, he crosses his arms and he says, "Do you now regret walking into this laboratory?" or will I have to kill more of you?
Major mistake.
Oh, that's
Kill him.
absurdly high too. That's absurdly high. Okay. All right. Okay. Ruby, it is your turn now.
Okay. I want to cast Guiding Bolt. I think.
All right.
Sorry.
On what
Loading.
exactly? What are you casting it on?
I feel like I should aim for Rotwood, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can if you like. The shield is still around him, so you can aim for the cannons. You can aim for these little like beacons that are providing him with the shield.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can aim at Rotwood, whichever one you choose.
Okay, can I aim for the cannons then, or is Suzanne in the way? Like, can I?
Suzanne is
Be on
on the
move,
ground,
like-
knocked out. Suzanne is passed out.
Okay. Okay, then I'll cast Guiding Bolt.
On the cannon in the far back.
Sorry, what?
On the can. Oh, it has to make a save. No. You make a ranged spell attack. So go ahead and make a ranged spell attack against it.
Oh,
I think you need to click on guiding bolt in your actions thing.
Like on the
okay,
front page
got
of your
it.
character sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Sure.
it.
This thing is stationary. It doesn't really like it can't dodge. You hit it straight on. So go ahead and roll
Okay.
damage.
Okay. Is that related to
It's like a
that?
DC 5 to hit it.
Click on guiding bolt in the chat, like where it says the text.
You can just
Okay.
type roll 9 damage.
9-9.
Yeah.
Cool. You damage this thing excessively. This thing is like you hit it with go bam. It's like crackling and smoking. It seems to still possess the power to fire, however.
Okay.
You still have your movement.
And then I'll be bonus. Okay, can I do a bonus action? Can I cast Healing Word?
I don't think you can cast 2 leveled spells in one turn. So you can cast a leveled spell, like a level 1 spell and a cantrip, but you can't cast
Okay.
2 spells that are the same, even if it's the casting time of a bonus action.
Wait, can I do this then?
You would have to get over to
I have
where
to touch her,
Alok is
though.
and touch him. Yeah,
And it's also an action. So
I
that's
touched
also an
Suzanne.
action.
so don't worry
touch-
about it.
You can't. You can like go over there, and you'll be able to do it immediately as Suzanne's as your turn comes up again. But it takes an action to cast.
got it.
So you
Right,
could
right.
do this on your
Yeah.
next turn, straight out die on Suzanne, and then healing word Alok immediately as a bonus action.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that.
Sounds good.
All right, that's Ruby. Buru, it's your move.
Uru, save us.
You see, he pauses and says, "A member of your family?" Then you can see he eyes the mask at your back. Or are you wearing it? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, it's on.
It's on. He like gets a good look at you, and you can see his blue eyes turn red, and he says, "Whatever love I felt for that woman was a mistake." And his eyes are dead set on you right now, Buru. What is your move?
Healer's kit on Alok.
Yeah.
Sprinting
Cool.
20 foot. That's all I can do for right now.
Cool. Remind me, does that give him a free death save? Or does it bring him up? I think that's just...
What is he doing?
I think it stabilizes him so he doesn't have to make death saves.
Oh, okay, yeah. You
Barely
stabilize him.
dies.
Alok, you are stable. Cool. That's your move?
Yeah.
Awesome. And now... Suzanne has 1 failure on her death saves. Sumo, your move.
Okay. Got it. Okay. First, I will try to just keep knocking away at this thing.
You destroy it.
Yay! Cool.
Yeah. It had 12 HP. Any lightning damage is doubled. So even if you roll the 1, it would be doubled. Boom! This thing explodes, and you see the shield around Rotwood visibly flickers and weakens. It like shrinks down. It doesn't seem as powerful as it was before. You get the sense that it won't be able to block as many things as it was before, whatever bonus it was getting it. You still have your movement and everything else.
Yes, indeed. So I think at this point, can I? That was my action, so bleh. I'm going to use my bonus action to infuse my sword with a little bit of magic.
Awesome. Weapon, +1 bonus and damage. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Cool. And that's your turn?
Yep, and I'm just gonna chill where I am for the moment.
Okay. I'm gonna draw something here. Just to make this clear. This thing is gone out of the picture. The shield has been weakened due to Suma's lightning arcing off of this thing. Rotwood looks like surprised that you all were able to make that connection so fast, but his eyes still have not left Buru, and he seems enraged by whatever like just happened by seeing that mask. Gala, it's your move.
Question.
Yeah.
When the cannons fire, does he order
Yes.
it on his arm? They do
Um,
an arm thing, or are these automatic cannons?
They're kind of infused with his magic. His arm seems to be what allows him to summon them. Looking around, you can see that there's 2 more hatches on the floor.
Oh yeah, that's.
The thing on his arm is what allows the hatches to flip open and like bring these out. Presumably, he could have a cannon fire and like blast a hole upwards through it, but like it wouldn't be as much use. But they move on, that they fire on his command, which is why he can aim them at whoever he pleases.
And this is a button on his arm, correct?
Yes, on his right arm.
All right, bonus action. Maria, grab his arm, and I'll basically tell her to use her action to try to basically grapple his arm. Like put a whole imp body on the arm and hope that works.
Okay. Sorry. That imp was repelled previously. They're a little bit outside of this force field now.
Okay.
So they'll have to move in towards it and make another con save, but at a lower DC, now that the shield has been weakened.
Okay. Makes another con save time. D20 plus 1. No, that is not 1. That is a 14. Yeah, 18.
An 18 saves. She takes no damage. So you're gonna make a grapple check?
Yeah, on the arm. It's a -2. And I'm pretty sure, since there's 2 size differences, it's also with disadvantage.
Yeah. It's a strength contest essentially, right?
Yeah, but also, this is a really bad situation. And I don't think it's time for me to shine. It's time for Marion to shine, and I use my inspiration for her if I can.
Oh shit. Sure, it's a skill check. Yeah, okay. She successfully grapples on. You're trying to like wrest this thing away from him, or are you trying to like break it in some way?
No, just hold
Like, cover
his
it.
arm on the buttons. Not just, you gotta kill the imp first.
Okay, got it. And she's like, oh, what the hell is this thing? And his eyes, for the first time, have left you, Buru, since he's clocked your mask. He's like, no, rest. What the fuck?
Get him, man. Alright, and
Cool.
and the pseudo-dragon give me advantage, and I'm gonna try the same thing with the crowbar.
The crowbar. Okay,
Gonna
not
try
just
to-
Eldritch.
Gonna try to make it stop. No, I could Eldritch Blast,
You literally could just Eldritch Blast it
but
if
like,
you
in
so
my
choose.
head, the crowbar makes more sense to stop a gear.
Okay.
So, obviously, it's gonna work this time, because it makes sense to me.
A 20. A 20's gonna do it. You get the crowbar in there. I will say that the gear. You can make a strength check for me.
Let's go. Ah!
17. You hold on to this crowbar for long enough that like the gears like crank and stuff, and this second one also. Like its power source has been disrupted enough that it goes limp. The field around Rotwood is now gone. He's now naked. Cool.
He's
Incredible
wearing an
stuff.
imp.
What?
He's wearing an imp.
He
And-
is indeed wearing an imp.
And I don't know how this would help, but feels good for being on Ruby and tries to give her the aid action. I don't know how that will work with what she's planning to do, but
Or whatever she's trying to do.
Feels is gonna help you out with whatever you want.
Understood.
End of my turn.
Feels.
I'm a small army.
Excellent. All right, Dalit, that is the end of your turn. It is now once again Rodwood's turn. This little guy is on his arm. So he's what's the AC of this imp?
I think it's a strong 13.
It's a strong 13. Okay. He is going to use the shocking grab. I guess I'll make him do a physical attack. That seems appropriate. He is going to hit with a natural 18 bumped up to a 20 to deal 2 damage to this thing. How much HP does this thing have?
After it takes the 2 damage, it is now at 9 hit points.
He's at 9 hit points, so he doesn't do very much with his physical attacks. However, I need you to make a con save for this little thing.
This little thing has been making so many of them. I believe in you, Marion.
A 3.
What happened, Marion?
A 3. So I'm gonna go ahead on in front of the board. Gonna roll 1d4. Oh, just a 1. Your little imp is poisoned, and it takes 1. Unless it has immunity to poison damage. Does it have immunity? Do imps have?
Immunity.
Oh, it takes no damage whatsoever. You're good. And it has expended his claws are you can see are now coated with some kind of poison. It has no effect on this imp. So he cannot summon another cannon. But he can command the other ones to fire.
I'm fine with
Cool. This one in the corner is gonna aim for Ruby. This one right here is gonna aim right for Buru. So the first one is gonna be Ruby. The second one's gonna be Buru. I'm praying I don't get another 20 because that would be highly unfortunate. A 21.
that.
Ruby, that hits 8 damage to you, and the second one a 27.
Okay.
You are rolling well.
That
Buru,
was close.
Buru, that does 13 damage to you. Oh, extremely bad.
I'm unconscious.
At 13?
Wait, what?
A
I
13?
was at full health points before we came into this fight.
What?
No, we've taken multiple short rests.
Yeah.
I was
Well,
on hit dice.
Wow.
No way.
You need to
What's your
speak
max
up.
health? 17?
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, well,
Really low.
hey Ruby. It's up to you.
Oh.
Yeah. Rotwood's turn is over. He's now moved from where he is. He's wrestling with his imp on his arm. Ruby, that's right back to you. Do you want to do your plan of spare the dying on Suzanne and then healing word on? Well, now you have 3 possible targets for healing word. So have fun with that decision.
See, if I wanted to do the dying on someone else, I would have to run over there, right? Can I make it? No. You know what? I'm gonna get my girl Suzanne because I don't think I'd make it.
So you
Or
spare
like
the dying on
25.
Suzanne?
Thanks, dude.
Okay.
Yes,
So you
because
spare the dying
you know
on
what? I
Suzanne.
have some respect for her.
Okay. Spare the dying on Suzanne.
Yeah.
Perhaps a twinge of guilt out of forcing her to grovel at your feet. She is now stable. And you're gonna cast Healing Word.
Yeah. Let's cast healing words. Who wants to be healed?
That's up
That's
to you.
your call.
We're
That's your
currently
call, girl.
unconscious. We can't really tell you.
Who does Ruby think is more powerful?
This ain't the skeletons anymore, baby. Hell no. No temporary hit points today.
Okay, well, Alec has been doing better with his
That's not a good.
rolls, so.
I mean,
Hot hand spells.
Wait, no, I can do it at level. I can do it at level 2. So I can do both of you guys.
it only goes to one person.
Hey.
Level 2 would make it stronger.
Yeah. Oh, it just
Yeah.
increases it. Okay. I mean, I'll still do it. It's just a 2. Sorry.
It's 2d4, so you can go and roll another d4.
It automatically did it.
Okay.
That's what the other 3 is.
Oh, wow. Oh, so 6. All right. That's the Alok or Buru?
Yeah.
Cool. Alok,
I'll give it to Alok.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are back up with 6 hit points.
I don't.
Kill him! Kill him before the imp falls off! We can't handle these cannons!
He's rolling super well, unfortunately.
Is it my turn now? What?
Shoot, that's kind of awkward. I will say that I'll let you take your turn. Yeah, I'll let you take your turn.
Well, when's her initiative? Is it before mine or after?
Hers is right after yours.
Oh, then it's not my turn. It's fine.
Fine, okay. Wanted to help. Buru, go ahead and roll me that death save.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god.
You got this.
I believe in you. Whoa! Right there! Right there!
Damn.
All right. Suzanne, it's Suzanne's turn. She is stable, but she's not conscious. So she's no longer rolling death saves, but she is still down. Suma, it is right back to you.
Arf. Okay. I'm gonna. Ooh, I don't like it. I'm gonna run up to this cannon and I'm gonna try to shocking grasp
You
it.
go, girl.
Okay.
Grasp that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got this.
Firmly grasp it.
No, not quite.
Oh my god!
Like
Wait,
I
advantage?
said.
Advantage? Because of guiding bolt? Didn't she guiding
Oh,
bolt?
Yes, advantage. Advantage.
Attaboy.
Firmly! Firmly!
That's
Uh,
hard.
You blow this thing to fucking smithereens. You hands out, boom, this thing explodes in a burst of arcane energy and then like scrap metal flying everywhere. Rotwood looks distressed at one of his cannons being taken down, given that he still is unable to summon more. Cool.
Oh,
Anything?
it's beautiful.
Anything
I say
else?
this
No,
sooner.
there's nothing else I can do. I'm done.
Alrighty, Gala, it's
Okay.
your move again.
I was gonna say to Suna, yeah, at least someone else is doing something.
Hell yeah.
I got you, girl.
Okay, so am I going to leave the crowbar here or do I have to stay here?
I say it's jammed in there.
Okay,
Like
let go.
you were so dexterity to get hooked in, strength to like shove it somewhere where it'll do damage, and you rolled high enough to like have it be stuck in there, continuously fucking up the gears. Rotwood is exposed. One cannon is out and exposed. Your move, whatever you want to do.
Okay, Drago! And I point at this little pseudo dragon. Go try, find the healing potions on him. Hope he has them. And, does he... I assume if I've seen him have potions before, would I know where he keeps them?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you bought 3, right, Buru?
And I used them all.
You used them all. He used one in the
Like
Red
it.
Wraith fight. He used another on himself during the fight with the cleric, and he used another on the cleric to get him up to the surface.
Yeah.
However, Suma and Ruby were given a little something something.
Does
They
Drago
were
find
given
that something
something?
something?
Yeah, the flask from. Oh God, what was her name?
From
Dell.
Dell.
Yeah, but you guys are like way over there.
Oh!
Yeah.
Wait.
Something is over there.
We throw it?
Okay, Fields, grab it and bring it here. So can Fields grab it?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's see. She has a movement of 40. She can go
Okay.
all the way over there with the flask.
You can break up the movement of your dragon to have like the dragon meet Fields halfway and then pass it to you.
Yeah.
Fields goes, okay, coming. The dragon's like, okay, coming. The exchange, Ruby, you feel like this frog slid into your pockets, like come back out with this flask, like hope you don't mind. Then an exchange is made. So you're gonna have your familiars take the action to feed Bulu the potion.
Use an item. And
Okay.
whatever that helps him with, it helps him with.
Cool. Buru, I'm gonna need you to roll 3d4 plus 4.
Okay.
And Buru, you're back up with 10 hit points.
Dope.
And
Nice.
the rest of my turn, I still got stuff I can do.
Yeah.
I got a small army. I feel like that cannon is fine. I'm gonna shoot the man that can make more. I'll aim at him with my Eldritch Blast.
That is gonna hit. Fuck him up.
Nice 12, and maybe if
12.
It's cold might be special.
12 damage. You blast him. Boom. He is like he staggered back slightly. That's gonna do 14 damage to him. Plus 14. Your dice have dealt 32 damage to him.
Okay. And the imp also with my bonus action, I tell him to basically hit him again. Try to bite him.
That's gonna hit. Roll damage for an imp's bite.
Okay, piercing damage 1d4 plus 3, and I assume he's immune
Every
to poison.
little bit. He is also immune to poison.
Alright.
6 damage.
That's
Oh
good.
yeah, you guys are fucking him up. Cool. Alrighty. It is now Rotwood's turn. For the first time, he is going to move out of the way. He's gonna go this way.
Well, actually,
And
can he move if he's grappled?
Oh.
I would say he's grappled by something very small that wouldn't be impairing his physical movement.
I'm fine
Like
with that. He's really focused on the arm. I'm okay with him being able to move. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do as much as I can.
Yeah, he is very frustrated with this little imp right now. So, he clawed at it before. He's now going to use the cantrip that he has, Shock and Grasp. That is going to hit.
I will use my reaction to have the damage.
Have the damage?
Does that turn to a 6 or a 5?
I'll give you. I'll round it down. 5.
Okay.
How much damage is the imp at?
4.
4 health left.
Get him.
Recognizing that you are the one doing this, he aims the cannon at you. He's gonna go ahead and fire.
It's gonna miss. Yes.
That's a nat 1. The cannon misses you entirely, and actually, if the crowbar had any chance of like being dislodged, it explodes. It actually hits the little beacon above you, and boom, splinters it to pieces. It is now broken. You see, however, that Rotwood grabs one of these tiny message balls on that bench over there that he's next to. Suma and Ruby, you recognize it as one of the like similar to the fragments that were left behind in Aurelius's room. Now it is back to Alok, alive from the brink of death, almost becoming one of the ghosts that he talks to. It's your move.
I'll stand up, and let's see. Shoot. Go with the bonus action dash. I can't get to him. I guess I'll stand up and I'll move 15 feet and I'll try to take a shot. Sure.
Take a shot.
Is there any chance that I could try to hide behind this? Actually, is this? I don't know what the desk.
Sure.
If it's,
Sure, I will say
I'll go with that.
he's pretty. Yeah. You can go ahead and roll stealth for that. 17. That beats his passive perception. Sure.
Okay.
And he's also distracted by an imp on his
Didn't
own.
matter.
Wait,
that-
you were inspired by
I was about to say
Bardic.
I can add a D8. It'll add like
We
4.
need him
I don't know if
dead.
that'll beat it.
We need him dead.
I'll go for it. I'll go for the bargain.
Yeah, roll for the bite.
14?
14 exactly hits with the shield off. All right, that's 12 damage total.
That's damage.
That's damage, baby. That's
Very good.
fucking damage. He's looking fucked up. He's looking pretty hurt. But he takes takes the sneak attack bolt, and he actually he almost drops the little ball, but keeps his grip on it, and it turns to look at you all. He says, "Why won't you just die?" Ruby, that's your move. Suzanne is stabilized. You don't need to attend to her necessarily. Boo is back up. You seem to be all right for the moment. What is your move?
Is this Ruby or me?
Ruby after Alok. Sorry, I can't hear you if you're talking. Am I the only one? Or
No, I can't hear her either.
Okay.
Maybe she needs to leave the call and join back. I don't know. Oh.
Can't hear you.
Maybe leave the call and come back. Hey, she healed you. Relationships
Hello?
are being forged here.
Hello.
Friendship.
Yay, we can
Hello.
hear you.
That's
I
true.
can't, I
Yay.
can't
The
see you,
healing
however.
word friendship is a game changer still.
That was the word. It was friendship.
Yeah. In canon, friendship.
Why did Ruby say that? She never says that. What?
This is weird. Good thing Suzanne's knocked out. She can't make fun of her for it. All right, Ruby, what's your move?
Okay. I'll get closer to him, and then I'm gonna do guiding bolt again.
Absolutely.
Um,
As a 12 is
wait,
not
that's-
going to hit.
Okay.
The bolt sears above him, blasts a hole in the wall. Cool. Anything else?
So then I can't. Yeah. Okay. I think that's it then.
Cool. Alrighty. That is Buru. Your move, buddy. You are back from the brink.
Can I slide past Alok if I were to run to this square here?
Sure. I will say. I would say Alok is probably closer to the, he's hiding behind directly the table. So I would say you're able to scoot past him.
Okay, cool. Two punches. Straight to the face. Let's go.
Oh,
Those are both gonna hit. Roll damage.
Damn.
he gets to
This
play
could
the
be
game.
it.
Yeah, non-lethal if
11 damage. This dazes Rodwood. Oh, that's oops.
I'm gonna do
He is all. You can tell that he's close to the brink. He's boom, boom, pummeled back, and he whips his
Ooh.
head towards you.
Yeah.
Ooh, 2 more.
Yeah.
just one, but
Yeah.
Oh, that's
gonna
gonna hit. Roll damage. 7. He is so
Isn't
close
it-
to dying.
Oh. Oh.
He's almost there.
okay. Yeah, that's all I can do for now. But
Incredible. Suzanne is still down, but stable. Suma, it is your turn.
The hero.
Let's try a little something that goes like this.
Is a little song I wrote.
And we'll do a magic sword.
That's one to hit. A nat 20!
Oh.
Beautiful.
Roll me
Oh.
that damage. 11 damage?
That's it.
This guy had 75 health. You have utterly decimated him. Let me know. What do you do? What do you do? How do you finish this guy off?
Gosh, so many good things that I could do. I think I want to reach, while he's distracted by Buru, I want to reach up to his hand, grab the ball, and sort of
On a
in
nat
the
20,
same
100%.
in the same motion, cut off his arm that was holding the ball.
And then like his arm like spirals through the air. He looks back at it after having been clobbered multiple times by Buru's fists, and he stumbles back and forth, and he collapses to the ground, unconscious. You guys have successfully taken down Rotwood Mark I of the Council of Marked Ones on his home turf. Congratulations. He's done for. But you have decided to keep him alive, so I will honor that and say that he's just like passed out for the moment. I will let you guys like stabilize him and make sure that he doesn't die immediately. Cool.
Okay.
Congrats.
Afterwards, Galad's like, "Oh my God, you guys did amazing!" And then he turns to his familiars instead. "Come to Mama, come to Mama. Drago, you were so good healing him, and Marion, you got the arm. That was amazing. And you feels, you did a great. Oh my God, group hug. We did great."
He's starting to go by the name Mommy now. It's great.
Thanks, Mommy.
He's warmed
Thanks.
I'm proud of my children.
Incredible. I will say probably after you kind of clean up after the fight, you get Suzanne back on her feet. I will say Ruby, you probably can like heal her up. She kind of, what the hell happened? Like I was standing
Saved your
right
ass.
here. Huh? Wait, you saved my ass?
That's what happened. Yeah, just a little bit.
And then she like looks to the rest of you for
Okay.
confirmation. Like, is she telling the truth? That happened?
I don't know. I was sleeping.
I mean,
I also healed you.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, thanks. I guess, but like, we're still not. You know what? Fine. We're even after the last spell you cast on me. How about that?
And in a way, she also did.
Even.
She also did.
You cast command. You cast command on her.
Okay, but right, I remember that, but that's because you were being a little, no.
And you know what? Just as a measure of goodwill, right now, I'm not gonna snark at you, even though I want to. And you can see like she
Could you though?
fists-
Could you though? You seem a little fragile right now.
I'm not fragile. I'm small. That doesn't make me fragile. You know what? I don't even know why I bothered trying to thank you or anything. It's not like I'm like grateful for your help or whatever. It just stomps off.
But turn
what's
around
going on
and say,
over
"Don't worry,
here?"
guys, she's normal now." She's good
Just
now.
being who she is. Cool.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
have exited combat. We have exited the initiative order. What's going on? Yeah.
Can you the arm that Marion was on? Can she have actually torn it off and brought it to me?
Sure.
Thank you. I just really want a
Sure.
Warforged arm.
So he's double dismembered now. You've taken both of his arms.
Good job, Marion.
Okay. Cool. I will say he's unconscious. You kind of like cut it off. She like and then immediately falls unconscious again.
Thank goodness. Alright, guys.
Cool.
We have successfully broken into his home and knocked him out and dismembered him for justice.
And stolen some of his items.
Yes, this is the beginning of a beautiful team. But,
Okay, well,
Incredible.
but we probably look for
I'll figure out what we're gonna do with them.
Yeah, no, we didn't think this
Or you,
far ahead.
sorry.
I feel like this journal might be evidence. It does mention trying. I don't know.
What does he have on him?
He doesn't seem to carry much. Like you can tell that he was hard at work finishing the last of these little message balls in order to deploy them. Yeah. So his plan was to essentially have every organic in the entire island at home at the same time, drop essentially poison gas bombs into each of their homes and kill them in their sleep
I think
for some reason.
All right. I think we have to find a simpatico warforge for organics and bring a few of them here. Actually, this is the perfect showing of his doings.
Cool.
We need-
Can I investigate the desks? Sorry.
Sure, you investigate the desk. Go for it.
Also, if anyone sees gold, just take it. It's not his anymore. Just find
Sweet.
some.
Yeah. Make an investigation check. 23 was gonna fucking do it. You snoop around and you see a personal letter that he is writing. And it says something along the effects of, Your Highness, I am writing this letter to you in hopes that my gift to you has arrived safely in Palestrom. I am grateful for your help in my endeavors over here. I trust that you do not look too harshly on me for the actions I am taking to protect my people. I am aware that you are doing the same for your own. When the storm comes, I am sure that Lagan and Gallon will be able to peacefully lend each other aid. Signed, Rotwood.
I show that to the whole group.
She was the gift was to the Highness in Maelstrom.
Yeah, or Palestrom. It was probably Aurelius for the Storm King or whatever.
But the storm. Wait. But it says Highness.
Yeah, I don't, whatever their
Yeah,
king
so
is.
it's to the Storm King.
Yeah, to the Storm
Pretty
King.
sure.
Wait.
She's just calling him Your Highness.
Oh, I don't know why, but Ness makes it feel feminine. So I was like.
I thought that at first too, but yeah.
Really? Is Your Highness?
Yeah, it is Highness
So
for
would-
males too. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, right?
what would you call it? Your high?
Your Hein.
You're Heine.
Yep.
Truly regal. Alright.
Okay. What time is it
And
right
you
now?
also, it is
Right.
about like adding up all the fucking rituals that Suma did earlier, and this entire fight, which lasted multiple turns, and traversing throughout this entire place and all the shenanigans. I will say about an hour and a half has passed.
Oh, that's not too
Um,
bad.
We are
Could be worse.
efficient.
Yeah. Yeah. Alok, you find another. Sorry, you find like actually a postscript, in that letter, and it says, "Send my regards." Like, P.S. Send my regards to Duke Kalen. I understand that. I understand that species is hard to procure, and that he may have to go to great lengths to replace it.
Okay, so someone got them the snake. This Duke Galen guy.
Kalen, Cailyn.
Oh.
I wonder if he's related to the smugglers where our animal friends were headed.
Oh.
Okay,
Hmm.
so is there anything? Can I make just an investigation check to see if there's?
Yeah,
anything
go for it.
left? I'll send my children
Yeah.
out to help me.
Go.
Natural 20.
Okay. On that natural 20, you find a small stash of gold, a modest like 35 gold. Maybe that's not too modest, but you do find it. Looting this high councilman's essentially soul laboratory. What else do you find? You find like letters and stuff, like missives that he's written to his like underlings, detailing. So you kind of like get a sense of like, okay, this is everybody who's kind of in on the plot. You find like a long, like, like not like a singular list, but like you gather up evidence of like these people from the docks, these divers. Wave Rock had a part to play in this, but it was mostly that he was like being used to push the agenda of this law that he's trying to pass, and other stuff like that.
Are there many Mark
uh,
1s other than Wave Rock, or is it just Wave Rock as a Mark 1?
He's the only other Mark One that was colluding with Rotwood. So it seems to be, and it doesn't seem as if Wave Rock was aware of the mass euthanization plan. Just like, hey, we both don't like organics. Let's fucking pass this law that'll make them more scarce on this island for all of us.
Okay. Alright, so everyone, how should we have enough evidence to put it away, it's just how we're going to present the evidence. Should we, during that, like, right now, go out, try to find a Mark 1 or 2, tell them, like, show them the evidence and invite them into this location to see?
Would it be better to do it with the crowd, just in case we go to the wrong one? They can't do anything to us on the spot.
Yeah, but the only thing with that is that someone will have to watch him. Someone's gonna have to watch
I mean,
Rotwood.
he has no arms, so I don't know how bad it could.
I
He
don't
just
trust this man.
You
Someone
could
has-
carry him with you, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but that seems like the worst idea. Oh, you know one of the most powerful political figures? We have delimbed him, and we are strolling about.
Cool, yeah, you can send somebody to watch, have someone stay to watch him.
I'll stay.
Buru, you stay.
You good,
Um,
Buru? You've been going through some stuff, it seems.
I'll be alright.
Insight check.
I can.
Hit up with the inside check. Oh,
Yeah. Bruce exhausted. He almost just died. He's been.
I can also say.
What to think about this guy.
Okay. But, just for you to have backup. Suzanne, you're also going to be watching over him.
wait, I had to. Okay, so you're sticking me here with the mask guy and this armless robot. That's what's happening. That's what you're saying right now.
Yes. And here's the 30. Wait, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Alright, everyone.
And your best friend Ruby.
Yeah, everyone. Everyone gets 5 gold.
He takes the
Yeah,
5
And
gold.
that includes Suzanne because she was part of it. Suzanne,
Oh my god.
you did a good hustle out there, but you also did just get knocked on your face at the very beginning.
I will
understand-
have you know that I picked a lock earlier.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I did see that. And that's why you're doing a great job. But also, we're gonna need another person to watch him. You got this.
Got
We'll
it.
also need
Okay.
to borrow Buru's mask.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah. in order to get in and out.
Although, if we're bringing
Although you
Rotwood
have
back with
Rotwood's
us,
arm now.
then
Yeah,
that's
you
true.
got his arm,
Just
guys.
flopping my arm around like Buzz
So,
Lightyear's arm.
I could say you can cut off just his hand and be able to stow that safely away and use that to get in and out of this place. Also,
That's good.
yeah,
I'm keeping his
if you
full arm.
want to do
I'm
that.
not- yeah,
Well, there's 2 of them,
yeah.
so
If Gallic keeps one, I'm just gonna be like, no.
I've wanted
Good.
one now. It's more of
Okay.
a thing.
I will say that you guys just make it out, logistics aside.
Wait, one more thing. One more thing
yeah.
before we leave.
Yeah.
Can I try to open a hatch?
Sure.
Okay, is it easy to open?
Go ahead and make a thieves tools check.
No, here we go.
23. You were able to take this out in a way, and you are able to safely like raise it up. It seems entirely inert. You like it doesn't seem like you have kind of the ability to. This is an artificer's weapon. And perhaps if there was another artificer around, they could make use of it. But currently, it doesn't seem to do anything.
Just pointing this out there. We do need some new cannons.
Sure.
I don't know how to.
Yeah.
I don't know how to work it, but we can learn.
Do you think Tink's an artificer?
I mean, he's a warforged that works on warforged.
Hmm.
I mean, that's if that's not a tinker, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I think it's an artificer. Yeah, it's just like doing artificer stuff on like things made of like technology essentially and magic. Would kind of essentially be healing.
Let's see if we can get.
Cool.
Let's see if
I
we
also,
after this can put these on the ship, and let's see if that works out.
before we leave, I'll go to Ruby. Just say, I got pretty beat up. Thanks for bringing me back up, and I'll pat her on the back, and you'll get 3 points of healing. To Ruby.
Ooh. Ruby, you're healed 3 hit points.
Oh, thank you.
Cool. Awesome. All right. We're gonna transition away from this battle map over here and the carnage you have left behind of scrap metal and gears and this kind of like blue like blood that is kind of spilling out of Rotwood. Suzanne stays behind with Buru, watches Rotwood, making sure that he doesn't go anywhere. Where do the rest of you go?
The Central District, right?
Yeah, you go to the Central District. On your way there, Suma, you recognize a figure approaching you, and you see Tracker kind of walking, like sneaking up into the like about to sneak up towards the laboratory as you were heading out. And she says, "Oh, you're already here. Um, I
We
believe,
are.
I believe
And
that
we found what
wherever
you're
the
looking for.
oh, wait, how did you do that?
We walked right in, quite frankly.
That's incredible. Are you some kind of archmage or something? What? I don't understand.
No, I just have talented friends, that's all. You're welcome to go in. Some of our friends are down there, but soon we will be bringing a bit of a group, a council down there to expose what this individual has done.
Understood. I will. I have evidence of my own, as the evidence has led me to Rotwood in this laboratory in particular. I will go ahead and hang around, and I will provide what aid I can into your case. Yeah, incredible
Much
work.
appreciated.
You seem to be a formidable ally. Congratulations. And she like walks away. Cool. You all head over to the Central District. Are you just like knocking on houses? What are you up to?
Well, Alok, you said it's best to have a crowd, right? Just wait
I
for
figured we'd wait till the execution.
Yeah, yeah. That's what
Yeah.
it's a very dramatic moment too.
Yeah. It'd
I
be,
I think
Cool.
we should just wait for the execution.
If that's the case, if you're gonna wait, where are you gonna wait?
How far is it from now?
It's still the middle of the night. The execution will be like 10ish in the morning. So you'd want to leave like around 9ish. So I will say you can squeeze in a long rest.
let's just
Would
rest in his lab
probably
then, right?
be good.
As long as
Um,
it's safe enough to do it, then yeah.
you want to do it at the lab?
Yeah. Let's just
Cool.
return to the lab. Everyone.
Well,
Uh,
let's be in his like office or something and tie his legs up.
Okay, you tie his legs up. Like Tracker comes by for a moment and kind of like roots through the same documents that you guys did, kind of nodding to herself, like, I see. So this is what happened. Very fascinating. What a gruesome plot.
Hey Suma.
Uh,
Hey Suma.
Yeah?
Who is this lady?
Oh, sorry. This is Tracker, the one we met at the post office. She had been investigating the poisonous contraptions and was the one who told us about the reversible snake venom.
yes. Hi.
She was already investigating.
She extends a hand out and shake. And as you do,
I
you
shake
notice
it with the warforged arm from Rotwood.
gruesome. I'm assuming this is a joke, and I find this very funny. She shakes that hand, and you can see from your double arm's length. She's both of her hands are gloved up, with like fingerless gloves, and there's the image. It looks like an arrow with like a line through it in the middle. I can draw that really quick. It looks like
So we should be going to Tarai.
nice. That is what it looks like. Kind of like a rune carved into it. And she shakes her hand and she says, I heard what you all did in there. It seemed like a very formidable battle. I can tell from the singe marks all over your clothes.
Actually, I'm totally fine. Like, I wasn't. Actually, at the very beginning, there was
Ow.
a very small child that was hugging my leg, and that hurt a little bit, and I'm feeling that. But other than that, I'm fine, honestly.
Wow. So you were just unharmed while all of your other comrades were blasted apart?
I'm the captain.
Admirable. I also fight from a distance. And you guys go ahead and you all you take a long rest. Rotwood is tied up. Buru, you are kind of the one. Uh, Suzanne has fucked off and done other stuff because that is who Suzanne is. You are kind of alone watching Rotwood, and Rotwood comes to in incredible pain, and he says, "What type of torture is this? You organics never cease to amaze me with how fucking barbaric you are."
I nod.
Do you say anything more to him?
No.
I
I
see.
have a question.
Yeah.
It's for him.
Oh, okay. You can go ahead and you can say that you were like waking. You kind of like can't sleep maybe.
I'm sorry. Wait, what's going on? Is it just them awake right now?
Yeah, but you can also be
Oh
awake.
no, that's totally fine. Then never mind.
No, you can fully also be awake.
I'll ask him later when we're all up. I don't want to take his moment.
Okay. Boo, do you have anything else to ask him or say to him?
I tell him that I would offer him rations, but I don't think that he eats.
I don't eat.
I'll start. Well, Peter's kid's not going to do anything. I just sit with them.
Wait, sorry.
I said I don't think the healer's kit is going to do anything, so I just sit with him.
Wait, sorry.
What?
I'm pretty sure I just disconnected for like a while. What? Can you repeat that? Sorry.
I don't think my healer's kit's going to do anything, so I just sit with him.
Okay. You sit with him, and he tells you, like, he kind of like talks to himself through you. And he says, I would have tried to save her, I think that for a long time I thought that I wouldn't. And then as the day came closer and closer, I realized that there was no way that I couldn't. If there is one thing, if there's one favor you can do for me, if that is within your capabilities, is make sure that she stays alive. And then he says nothing else. Cool. With that being said, you all wake up the next morning. It is roughly 9 a.m. The execution is pretty soon from now. So you have like about an hour to go around and like gather up a crowd if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. Everyone to the execution! Something marvelous and different will happen!
Cool. You all, you kind of like, you go back to the Cork and Cove, wake up like, the people there. You notice that your crew isn't there. Your crew isn't at the Cork and Cove anymore.
They're probably at the house.
Presumably they're back on the ship. You kind of go from all of you, like you grab Orin Oddhammer, you grab Tink, you grab everybody, and it seems that a crowd would have has been forming. They have gathered to see. Oh yeah, Alok, what was your question for Rotwood?
I was gonna wait for you to do your explanation. I kind of have two, but the first one is Rotwood. Why do you hate organic so much? What happened?
They built us to fight a war they couldn't win. And when we won that war, they tossed us aside. Do you want to know what this island is made out of? Do you know?
Wood?
Stormwood. The same wood that comprises our bodies. We built this island. All of us, the Mark ones. We started off by gathering the corpses of our brothers and sisters that died fighting the Kraken together. And eventually, we had so much wood, we realized we could build a city out of it. Do you have any idea the magnitude of death that had to occur for this city to exist?
I guess it's a big city. I'm sorry.
A storm is going to come. And when it does, all resources, all choices, all actions must go to keeping my people safe from the storm. And that would require us sailing far away from here. It would never happen while organics are aboard. Do you understand?
Why
With them,
not?
they require us to stop by at other islands. They require us to fish. There won't be many fish around. There won't be much life around when the storm hits. And I know that the fools on the council, if they know that there are organics struggling to feed themselves, they will make the call to help them. We cannot afford that. Do you understand? It was for the greater good.
It's a predicament. Yeah. What is the storm? What are you afraid of?
I've been working. I've been in close contact with people from the Gallon Republic, with the royalty there and the council for a long time. A long time ago, they received a prophecy that there would be a storm so big it would decimate the islands. They called it the storm that would swallow the sea. I don't know when precisely it's going to happen, but every single part of the prophecy so far has already come true. Palestrom has put in their work preparing for it. I merely wished to help my people prepare as well.
Understandable. Is it out of the question to maybe transport these organics to a different island? Maybe just instead of killing them, deport them?
Many of the people here came here to escape wherever they were from. They're criminals in the eyes of the laws of the places they left. They're being persecuted, they're being hunted. To release them out into the wild, as it were, would be just as good as murdering them outright.
Well, murder's never the answer. I'm sorry. Well, I guess
I at least wish to take them in their sleep. Um, and he's just armless, just fucking chilling armless, being dragged along, bound up. Uh, did you have any more questions for him, or
that's it.
cool? You all come to the. What do you guys do at the execution? So you see that it's a guillotine. It's a full guillotine set up in the middle of the square. There's Warforged and a few organics kind of in the back. You can see that people are scared because this seems to be a portent of times to come on this island. They're gonna announce if the law was passed right about now. And you see there's like a commotion at the kind of towards the back, and you can see like down the street there's people gathering around. as Palm is being taken out of the stockade. You guys have arrived here. You've gathered a good crowd, added more to the crowd. What do you do?
I mean, it's time for like theatrics, right?
It's always time for theatrics.
High Council, stop this inane execution. We have
Sure. Yeah, go.
we have evidence that not everything is as it seems. A plot was made to blame her and get the organics off this island by the nefarious Rotwood.
You see people
I pause for the gasp.
yeah, people immediately gasp, like start gossiping about each other. You see like kind of like at the end, like emerged five like cloaked figures. Like they're like these are the council, the marked ones, much bigger and more imposing than the other ones. Kind of step forward. They look a lot more they look a lot scarier when they're not already burnt and damaged significantly. So the Rawood you faced was weakened already by Palm setting fire to the laboratory and presumably him. One of them steps up and he says, "What do you mean? What evidence could you possibly have?"
Just tons, like just stacks and stacks of papers. Other people have papers. There's a journal in there. We have lots of written evidence that he's been planning this with Wave Rock. Well, the whole killing organics, no, but the whole planning for Organic Isolation Act, he was part of that. But the whole killing every organic that was Rotwood, we have the physical evidence of the papers that he's been written down in his handwriting, and also in his laboratory is just straight up the vials of poison that he was willing to send through the message system to all organics, and also the way he got this poison. And I bring out the snake. Is this rare snake?
You hear like a gasp and murmurs wash across the crowd, and like there's like chaos. The Mark ones are trying to subdue everybody, and like people like gossiping and stuff like that. And you hear like, no, this cannot possibly be true. What is this? This is clearly some kind of deception. And then you hear a voice cut out above all the rest. I know it's true. He's telling the truth. And you look over, and like having ascended like a flagpole and hanging from it is Deborah. Deborah the Goblin, seagulls flocking behind her, landing on her shoulders. And she says, I found the letter! I found the letter that Bershin wrote that got him killed! I found he was a good man. All of you. And she like kind of gestures around, and she's like, all of you have come to Bershin to send letters before, and he was the kindest. But he caught on. He intercepted some of the correspondence between Rotwood and the Galinian Republic. I I can corroborate everything that was said. And then you see like that kind of like the straw that breaks the camel's back, and then people are kind of like, Bershin did die super fucking mysteriously, and like everyone's like kind of clamoring over to you, Gallet, and like your familiars are like handing out the pamphlets and like the paperwork, and like, yeah, I'm assuming you guys have like duplicated everything and like kind of laid everything out. There's like a whole commotion. You see Wave Rock is like dipping back as far as he can. And then there seems to be a general sentiment of like, holy shit, the tides are turning. And then you see it in the distance. A burst of fire from over where the stockade is. People run from it, fleeing. And you see Palm, like you can kind of see that she's like taken the sparkstone which she had hidden in her mouth out of her hands, has like snapped her manacles off, and she's like stomping forward. Like stomping forward towards the guillotine. And like in the chaos, people turn and look towards her. Do you do anything to intercept her?
I don't know what's up with her, but like me and my children, the children are in front of me, so they would take the blast. No, it's okay. We've all busted it open. You know it's gonna be fine. No execution. You shouldn't do fire though. Really, No fire.
You see her, she says, "Where is he? Where is he? Why didn't he visit me?" And she's like on the fire is like sparking throughout her body. She's like stomping forward, almost like walking up. And you see the Warforged are too scared to walk near her, but you also notice that she is controlling the fire such that it's not actually catching anything else on fire. She's using like her key, her mastery of the elements, to contain it within like around her body. And she steps onto like the gallows essentially, and she looks around and she says, "Where's Rotwood?"
In his
Um,
laboratory.
Okay.
She turns and she says, "He couldn't even come to see me off."
It's a little bit
Preoccupied. A little bit.
the moment.
A little bit preoccupied.
Yeah.
We were
He did send us though.
okay, so this is what happened. It's all here in the papers. See, at first he was like a little bit sad that got caught, but then later on he just gets more manic and like we can't trust them. They should all die. I don't think he was really planning to save you. It seems at least from the notes, like it's sort of he just doesn't trust organics after that whole thing, that whole ordeal, and I'm pretty sure he was just willing to let you bite the dust. Sorry about that.
Uru, are you watching Rotwood? I would have assumed you brought him with you or something, or like you just left. I'm assuming you could have just left him in his laboratory and came with, like tied him up, make sure he can't go anywhere. I would say he's too fucked up to really properly mount an escape attempt, so you can be there, Uru.
Okay. I'll convey to her what he told me. But I'll let her just decide what she wants to do. I'm not sure that she's not too far gone yet.
You convey that to her, and you look at her, and you see that there's like half and half in her head, in her eyes is both peace and madness of having been locked in this prison for so long, and then finally being given an instrument with which she could make her escape. And she says, "Make a persuasion check for me with advantage." A 13. I had rolled. I made a roll for her, and I rolled a nat 1. So, you can see as you like kind of approach her and talk her through this, the fire simmers down from her until all that's left is like a tss of smoke coming from the top of her head, and she says, "I remember what happened now.
Will you
I
tell us?
found out about it all, about the gas, about the messages, about everything, and as much as I loved him, I understood that there's a difference between doing something for the greater good and doing something that's unforgivable. And so I burned him and I burned the laboratory. And the thing that hurts is that even as I was burning all of it, he never let me go. He embraced me, and no matter how much I burned him, he held on. And Boo, you kind of recall that the most burned parts of him were his arms and his chest. She simmers down. Um, you see kind of like the chaos kind of like ebbs down. They take her back to the stockade, but like kind of like one of the marked ones like assures you like there will be no further execution, but she will still have to face some kind of punishment. I hope that you understand. But she will be free after a time. We must make amends to the people of this island, not just the ones that look like us.
I bow and I offer to have her removed from the island.
Oh, you would do this for us?
I will try.
Will she be safe with you?
As safe with us as can be.
Understood. It will take some time to control the situation and repair the damages, and sway public opinion towards that side. But I'm sure that that will be a beneficial solution for everyone. Um, yeah, and the execution, thanks to your efforts, is permanently halted. Um, uh, Palm is now in the stockade. You may choose to visit her when you will. Uh, the organics of Lagan have been saved from this nefarious plot that they had no idea was happening. Though we did have one casualty of Bershin and an almost casualty in Aurelius. But the disaster that Aurelius portended is no more. It has been completely quashed. Destiny has been averted. You will have saved the people of this island. Congratulations. I will say that Orin, out of favor, will help, kind of knock down his price. You get back to the Reaper, and you find that the other ship is gone now, and the Galenian ship is gone now. And you see Simon sitting there really proudly. Like, I got all 850 gold. I will have you know, they tried to talk me down in the moment, but I said no. The captain and the crew would not want me to do that, and I really stood my ground.
You did a great job, champ.
And you see he tears up. Thank you. I also, I got a lot of sleep last night, and I feel really good about that. You see that the crew is kind of like all on the ship. 17 insight on Simon.
Yeah.
They never try to talk him down. He's just trying to seem useful.
You're so good, Simon. I'm so happy you didn't at all. Like, your confidence, you did not waver. I'm so proud that you did not waver.
Yeah. They also told me to say thank you for leaving the gold on the ship.
Dang it. I thought we checked the area. We did it, did we?
Yeah, the cleric told you there was 200 gold on the ship, and nobody went to the ship at any point. At least that was not said. I believe I did ask if you were going to go to the ship. I didn't think that was important. I thought that was like maybe like part of like the deal or something. Like, or no,
Yeah,
was it not?
Sure.
Did I,
it's for good
did I,
relations. It's good.
did I still do
You did
a good
great.
job?
You did great. That was for good
Okay,
relations.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I mean, they'll probably need it. What with the baby and all.
Yeah, we knew about it. Yeah. So let's. How much does the fixing the ship cost if it's still 500 gold pieces? Or
He's knocked it down to 350, which is I think the original thing you tried to barter him down to.
all right then, I'll just subtract that there. We got
Cool.
500 gold afterwards. Let's say that
I
is the ship fund. Party
yeah.
ship fund, everyone. Because we're going to
Um
have to pay our crew, probably repairs, whole thing.
Yeah. I will say that it's pretty late now. It's midnight. I not intend to go like this late, but I will say that kind of this is kind of where the main thrust of this Lagan arc has come to a close. We're kind of fast forward to the next couple of days as the ship gets repaired by Orin. That's going to take a little while. So what we can do is, if you want to stay behind and like run some interactions while you're kind of still on this island, we can do that. If you want to like head out, that's cool too. Suma, after a couple of days, a letter comes back for you. The reply, which I already sent you the text of.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe like
Yes.
after like 2 days, like that comes. Deborah hands it to you, like, "Oh, I finally got the reply. Here you go."
Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. And I just like, I'm so excited to have my letter. I go off to read it immediately. And I'm just like,
Okay. Cool. You now have that information. Um, is anybody else? Is anyone gonna do anything, or do we want to just call it a night, or
I
yeah?
wanted to say something to Buru. I just, hey, back there with the whole talking to the monk thing, just thanks. It really seemed like I was gonna screw the pooch with all the stuff I was saying, but seem to have a better handle on whatever your deal is. I don't want to be rude. I still have no clue what anyone's deal is on this ship. But thank you anyways. It seems like things could have gone worse if I just continued talking.
I bow.
See, how am I supposed to learn things with this guy? You're a
How
good
do I
guy,
interpret that?
but you're like it's like reading a mind, man. You didn't even speak up. You were so battle damaged. You just wore that like it was nothing. This is just like, if you ever need to talk to someone, Ruby's there. All right.
Okay.
Classic.
Yeah, and then I'll leave.
I'll talk to Gallet a bit. Gallet,
All right,
what
hey.
about Tinkerton? We
Yeah,
wanna.
I was planning to actually check in on him. If you want to come with me to check in, I mean, I wouldn't say no.
Oh, good luck.
Oh, insight check. Is it me or Tinkerton?
It's just socializing in general.
All right.
Is that where Aurelius is?
Yeah, Aurelius is still
Yeah,
bunkered down
we
Oh,
in
haven't
shit.
checked in on him
Tinks.
at
At
all.
Tinks, yeah, you have not checked on him
Oh,
whatsoever.
see my son.
You go in to Tinks, you all go, and Aurelius is like sitting there, and Tink is like talking his ear off, basically, like. And actually, I was told that they would give me a heart. They just have one in a jar somewhere. I have no idea where they would get something like that, but the one with the mask did say they had a heart for me. And Aurelius is like, I simply don't believe, like, I was on that ship for a good amount of time. I didn't see any stray hearts. And you guys walk in, like, and Aurelius goes, oh, hello.
I haven't procured a heart yet, but I can always give you a hand.
Are you using Rotwood's hand to do this?
Yeah.
This is incredibly calm.
Oh.
This is truly kind of upsetting. But I'm glad that you won the fight. I felt that something incredibly awful was going to happen, and nothing did.
Yeah, no, we're good like that. It was no issue on our part. We handled it so easily. On another note, we need a medic. And and I was wondering, we've been given some time. It seems like the organics of this island are going to be doing fine. And I was wondering, hey, we've done some good here. Would you want to maybe help us do some good elsewhere? We've got some cannons that we have no clue how to operate now. There's 2 cannons in there, and they look so cool, and they may have one shot a few of our members. So they seem super
2
cool.
crits. Go ahead, Gallet. You have made a pretty good pitch, but Tank has lived here their entire life. So I'm gonna let you make a charisma check with advantage because of this pitch and everything that's happened. You have to beat a 15. There you go. Tink goes, it will take me some time to pack up my workshop. But I suppose that it would be not too awful to try and do research elsewhere from here. Perhaps I will learn more things. And perhaps develop a personality.
You already got one, buddy, but you know what? I think you're gonna get even more. And good news, is it Aurelius for the wins here? Oh, I keep on forgetting.
Aurelius wins here, yeah.
Aurelius, good news! You can continue your chats with him now. We're all gonna be on the same ship. It's gonna be great.
Oh, incredible. That's wonderful. I do suppose that it is time for me to leave this place. Where is your ship headed now?
We've been thinking about going to the Gallon Republic because we still have like
And you see
several.
Aurelius is like, I. You see, he goes, you're going to Gallon? Wait, are you going to Palestrom?
I doubt it. I mean, we're supposed to be on a job, which is just wait, where does that where was the city we were supposed to go to in Gallon Republic?
Palestrom, yeah, that is.
Palestrom?
You're supposed to go to the
Okay,
capital.
yeah, well,
Oh.
let's see, make a quick stop at Palestrom, but after that, just get right back off that place. It's gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy. Like there's no
He
issues.
thinks to himself, and he says, I suppose that you have taught me that there is a way for destiny to be averted. So, perhaps it will do me some good to stop running from it and start fighting. I will join you on your ship, though I cannot guarantee you I will stay forever. Just that I do have some business in Gallon. I wish to tell Valere about what I felt.
Yeah. Hey, good news, buddy. I have just a deep feeling in my heart. You stick with us, you're gonna find who you're looking for.
That's comforting. Can sense that you're telling the truth if you are somewhat being sly about it. Cool. You've gained 2, by my count, 2 so far.
We're not done yet. We're not done
Yeah,
yet.
but you're not done yet. Yeah, so far.
I'm sorry, but there's a cool person. There's a Doe, Doe, Doe. I'm going to
Del?
check. I'm going to check in on Dell and Miela, see if they're taking up on it. I'm adding
Um,
anyone. I'm adding anyone. I want people like I'm trying to like replace the crew with people I trust.
If I can not be the cook, yes.
That's true. You do need a new chef, although Ayla can help in a pinch if he really needs to.
He's got a
Try.
ghost knife. I mean, I'm gonna ask for.
I'll just sit behind him and I'll backseat chef.
Yeah.
Pointing to where the special sauces are.
I'll go to Dell and check in, like, hey guys, how are you feeling about this place? Organics are pretty alright now. It seems like it's gonna be a thing, but you know, there's always more on the seas.
You see, Dell looks instinctively towards Miela first, and they kind of like sign to each other for a bit. Is anybody else helping out with this pitch?
Feels is right there. Hello.
I mean, verbally, like talking to them wise.
Yeah, Feels is right there.
Oh, hello! Please
Oh,
come.
hello.
It'd be kind of a party if you were here. That's what Field says.
Yeah.
She helps though. Anybody else? Nobody?
I don't think anyone's there unless he really
yeah,
wanted
I
me to go
don't
with him.
think so.
I would have asked Alok if I was going for that. I felt like there was
Did you
something
really
there.
want me to go?
I would.
If you
I,
really wanted me to go,
yeah,
I'd be there. Sure.
I would order you as captain to go.
Still don't know if I'd say it. Oh, okay, captain's orders. I guess I'm there.
This is an order.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and both of you roll a charisma check. Persuasion check. Sorry.
I hope
Both
get
of
a
you roll
natural
it.
20.
Alok, roll with advantage.
Oh, okay.
Not bad.
Well, that'll do it. Gallet, Dell turns to you and she says, it's looking a lot like I've been hearing a lot of talk about a storm coming, and I feel like this island isn't safe anymore, especially with what just happened. Look, we're not gonna stay on your ship forever.
Yeah.
I think maybe if you are, amenable to it, and we will, serve in whatever capacity for the time being, if you give us passage, and we can kind of hop off when we need to, and start a new life elsewhere. Anywhere but Tirai, we're willing to settle down. And you see Mela nods, and they sign to each other, and then Dell says, but we have one condition other than just ferrying us. You see Dell disappears to the back, and she comes back with a book, and she hands it to Alok. And she says, your friend over here doesn't look like they're the type who reads much. You seem like you've been around some books. I don't know why, you just have that kind of aura about
Have
you.
the aura? Okay.
And you look down, and it's like a book with like diagrams of like learning how to sign, basically.
Okay.
And she says, I want somebody on the ship to be able to talk to her when I can't. If that's you, cool. If it's somebody else, that's fine too. And Miela nods. Cool. You have successfully. And Della's like, we're gonna have to sell the tavern, and to get the gold to pay for our other expenses. We'll take care of our own expenses, and we'll save some in order to start over again somewhere else. But that'll take some time, so hopefully that fits in with your timeline. Cool. You have gotten those two. Anything else you guys want to wrap up?
I'm a bit
I have
brief
two
after that.
things.
Yes.
One is for Gallet and one is for Miela.
Cool.
So at some point over the next however many days, Sumo would approach Gallet and just ask to have like a private word somewhere aside.
I de-summon feels. Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Oh, but I want to hear. Whispers.
It's private.
It's all right if Feels is there.
Yeah, she's a bit of a blabbermouth. I don't know.
Fair. I have a bit of a personal question for you, and I hope that I'm not being too forward,
Breeze.
prying too much. But we've witnessed a lot in the last few days, and something is giving me a feeling that when you showed your invisible servant to Alok, is there any chance that you know of that was Aliceris?
Yeah. That's him. Yeah, that's the guy. That's my boy.
It's your history.
Yeah,
I know that
it's
I know that it's might be a tough subject.
Yeah, I know. It's my fault he's in there, so it feels bad to say it, but honestly, you're somehow one of the most trustworthy ones. You have like a nice parent energy about you, so so it's pretty alright. Yeah, is there any reason why you're asking?
Yes.
Please don't rat me out, alright? I'm working on it. I can get him out.
I
I
won't.
can get him out.
So he's not dead.
Well,
Well, I guess that might be. It's
he
not as cut and dry as I thought it
is
was.
physically dead for sure. We buried the body.
I see.
But spiritually, I don't actually understand the magic here. If you want to Oh, can you do the identify thing?
Yes, of course. Of course,
Okay.
yes. I'll do it right
Pinky,
now.
Pinky promise, no telling. No telling anyone else yet. Okay.
No telling.
Okay. Alright. I'm
On
worried the whole time because, like, is she gonna come out? Is she gonna come out?
identify on the ring.
Yeah.
Cool. Suba, you cast identify on a ring, and you see that this is a ring containing a very powerful and ancient genie.
Dude.
Specifically, I believe it's a Merid.
Calypso.
Yeah,
That's the water
her
one.
name is Calypso. A being that has been around for a very long time. Some say you I think get the name Calypso from that, and you kind of flash back to like your study of magic and back in Sunrise Isle of like Calypso being one of the oldest and most powerful of the Merid, and like kind of this being who has been around so long as there have been waves on the sea. She is bound by some force in this ring, and you can sense that her energy is angry and anxious.
I think as I am identifying it, I mean, this one I'll do as an action, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just a moment, but like my mouth kind of hangs open for a second. I'm just like,
So
this is.
it's like a +1 to my AC, maybe.
I think, yes, it makes your breath smell nice, minty, fresh.
Good.
That was much more than I was expecting.
Yeah, me too.
I suppose I've seen this group. It feels like I've barely known you all for not but a week, maybe two at this point.
Yeah,
But I've seen that everyone here they have integrity and want to do the right thing, even if it's not the easy thing. So I want to be honest and say, I don't know Aluceris, and I don't know if learning more about him can help me, but he is the clue to a puzzle I need to solve. And he's the only lead I've got. The last few months, I've thought I was going mad searching for answers, and now this is finally the only thing that I have.
What's the... Wait, hold 1 second. I'll assume we're in my quarters.
Probably, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I just I go to another room, take off my ring, put it there, run back to her. I don't want her to listen in on this. All right.
All right.
Just letting you know she'll come back eventually. She always
Oh,
just
of
it
course.
comes back on. Okay.
I don't pretend
So
to know
what's...
about
Yeah,
ancient powers or
yeah,
anything. This
it's
is nothing. This is nothing like that.
what's the puzzle? What's the puzzle? Can you fill me in?
I'm just being cryptic.
Yeah, you are.
It's really.
I'm tired of all this cryptic speak. Please, at
I'm
least...
sorry.
I'm
The
smart. I read
simple.
books. I can solve things.
Did someone say that you're not smart?
I just
You look
do
perfectly
I
smart
look
to me.
stupid to you?
No.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's harder to read some bigger words, but
Oh,
I'm self-trained. I learned on a freaking boat.
that is amazing.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just, it's been a long journey. But the long and short of it is, I'm searching for my daughter, who was taken from me. And the only clue I have, and I'll pull out the shards, are these. One of which was found when she was kidnapped, and one of which was found where Aluceris was kidnapped. From the Village of the Wind all those years ago.
Do you know anything about these shards?
No. They are magical. They seem to be a part of something larger. But being only fragments, I can't tell enough about them in their current form.
Yeah, that's so they just stole when Alucerius was gone. It's the same thing that happened to your daughter. Was she a wind person?
No. No, I mean, every father thinks their daughter is special, but there was nothing about her that would warrant this. I don't know.
What's her
Why?
name?
Suli is her name.
Alright, I'm gonna spell that incorrectly for you.
I
Yeah,
typed it.
that was... well, actually, no, I was just one thing off. Good job. Okay, well, yeah, I didn't know, yeah,
I know it's
no,
it's kind of a big thing to just drop on someone, but
no,
I
you're
felt
confiding
that
into your captain. This is totally normal and fine.
given
Losing your daughter
everything,
to someone's first, yeah, yes, I'll tell you
it's
what I know, I guess. We can sort of work together. So the thing, Alucerius, when I met him so long ago, he just took me off the streets. I was living on the streets, and he just was a kind individual. Asked if I wanted something more. It took him a while. He was really convinced. A fully grown adult male meeting a small child that's an orphan in the streets. You obviously run. But he kept on showing up, kept on being nice, offered me an apple, and he just taught me how to sail a little bit. I sort of sucked at it, but after he doesn't remember his past from what I know. He was just someone that was a genuinely good person and lived in the moment. And then I, found the genie and made a few bad wishes. And now he's in a ring.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He sounds like a good man.
Oh yeah, he is. It still is. Well, I the genie said, Calypso. She said, if I prove myself as a man of the sea, or prove my worth, she will release him. I'm hoping that brings him back, but honestly, just letting him go to the afterlife and not be stuck in a ring sounds like still a good choice. It's the best I can do.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't talk to him though, but I do think we know someone who can potentially.
You mean
Dun, dun.
Ayla?
Yeah. Uh, mm, I'm just bashful. It's my fault, and I feel like I'm just asking him
You
to do
couldn't have known.
stuff. Well, I could have played it smarter. Okay.
None of us can know what's coming,
Yeah.
Khaled.
Well, except freaking the
Except
Windseer.
except
Yeah.
Aurelius,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
that's
Okay.
a whole
We
big
keep
matzo
it
ball.
between the three of us until I get more of a hold on myself. The captain can't be like breaking down in front of everyone. We'll just keep
Of
it
course.
between the three of us. Let's go find Alok. Actually, no, we'll bring him to us. I'll just open the door. Simon, bring Alok. Close the door.
Yes, 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 yes. He's examining your ring, Captain.
I was joking about that. But...
Oh, he's not doing that. Just kidding.
Why do you have my ring in your hand?
I wanted to hold it. Just I thought it would.
It's fine. It's fine. Hold on to it.
Just
Just if
it's like it's warm.
Yeah. Actually, give it back.
Okay.
There's like a no trust. Yeah.
Alok, whatever you were doing in the relative peace of your room. I say, Alok, you're in your room right now, or wherever you might be on the ship, and you hear Patrice's voice next to you, and he says, "Hell of a fight, kid.
You saw it?
I saw the arrow. Didn't think anything was gonna pierce through that thing, but you hit him. I'm impressed."
Oh, this is so weird. Never seen the ghost I had talked to. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, immediately after you almost joined me for a second, like you flickered over like to
Oh,
the
yeah.
side for a moment.
Yeah, that did happen.
I was about to say, shit, kid. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like, still getting acquainted. It's a little too early for that. Don't die on me yet.
Maybe I deserved it. Maybe I should have. Yeah, Ruby definitely helped me out.
Hey, kid.
Hmm.
Listen, I'm a nice guy, and a lot of people come to me for a lot of things, right? I'm used to listening to people talk, and I've heard everything under the sun said. Uh, but if you ever say that you deserve pain like that ever again, I'm killing you. Do you understand?
I understand. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna bring you back to life so that each time you die, you can visit a new level of hell. Do you understand?
Oh, I do. I'm sorry.
Every single time I ever hear you talk bad about yourself, I'm
Okay.
gonna harm you. Do you understand?
That's a lot.
Cool. And then as you're having this discussion, you hear Simon going like, "Listen, I don't care. You seem busy talking to the air. I don't know if you're like just like composing haikus out loud. I do that sometimes. But the captain needs you." He like, cool. Were you gonna say something? I don't care. Drags you by the arm with his little stumpy gnome legs. You see Patrice from the corner of your eye kind of shake his head like, some things don't change, right, kid? And it kind of wisps into nothing. Alok, you are now in the same room as Galet and Suma. Just give him the lowdown.
Yeah. Alok, sit on the bed. We're about to
Okay.
discuss your performance review.
We're not.
I'm sorry. I tried my best. I couldn't get that lock. I got the first one.
No,
It was out of my league.
You
No,
saw the
it's
illusion.
lovely.
You know what I mean?
It was a poorly timed joke. Yeah. I turned to Suma. Is it okay for him to know?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Oh. Blah, 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 blah.
Ahem. Exposition dump.
Exposition dump.
So now you see, don't you, A-Lock? We're gonna need you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Suma, I bet you have some pointed questions for old Alice, and we need a speaker.
If he's willing to answer.
Come forth, Alice.
Alicerius appears. No one in the room can see him except Alok. What do you say to him?
I guess, am I just using you as a translator, basically?
I don't know how this works. I don't know if I can talk to him. I've never
Can-
tried.
I guess try asking him
I'm pretty
if
sure
he can
hear
speak
you
with
too.
us.
I'm pretty sure he can hear you too. Just like it's more of
But-
just him saying
Wait.
things.
You
I guess
hear
that's true.
Alicerius speak for the first time, and he says, "Wait, you can hear me."
Over this, I'm just talking
Yeah.
over him. Like, yeah. So I think that he.
Wait, Gallet.
Well, that's incredible. Wow, it does get lonely being a spirit sometimes, especially when caged in this way. It's unnatural. But you can really hear me
I
and
can.
see me.
Yeah. I can.
Wow, what are you?
It's a good question. Not sure.
Well, I'm sure that you'll find that out eventually. He looks over at Gallet and he says, he's been beating himself up an awful amount about this, isn't he? Yeah.
Sounds it.
Yeah. I know he knows it wasn't his fault, but knowing something is not the same thing as believing something. But I'm sure he'll get there. He looks at both of you, because he seems to have a good set of friends around him.
We'll try to help him.
So I've been summoned for something specific, right? And it's not going to be like chopping onions or something, because it can't make me cry.
Oh, that's interesting. No, Gallet, Suma, what?
Yes, I had some questions. I kind of like try to look wherever Alok is looking, but I don't know if it's like over his shoulder.
Hey, look, you can generally gesture to where he is, and so can you as well.
I'll do a silent image of what I last saw him as.
Mhm.
He looks over and he says, "Oh, is that what I looked like later in life?" Huh.
I had some questions for you, Aliceris. We haven't met. My name is Suma. I'm a friend of your friend. I hope that makes us friends. Maybe someday, if you ever get out of that ring. Something happened to you. Do you know that? Something, you were taken. Do you know that?
It's strange because one of my first memories was waking up inside of a box. I woke up. I broke out of the box. I managed to summon enough strength to do so. I couldn't recall much. I could see that I was fully grown, that I am, and I could remember that my name is Aliceris. I couldn't remember if I had a last name, if anything, but I remember stepping out into the cargo hold of a large ship and eventually coming out and being greeted by my old captain, Greenhide. He said that he had stolen that box from somewhere and didn't realize that it contained a person within it. I don't remember much of my life before that. These clothes that I'm wearing are not the same clothes as the image that Gallet has conjured of me. It seems that my soul's true shape wears these clothes, but I have no recollection of ever wearing them.
I think I understand that part anyway. I suppose I am looking for someone who has had the same thing happen to them as happened to you. Maybe. I have only the smallest of clues. So I suppose if there's anything you can tell me about your knowledge of the the box, where Greenhide stole it from, where he had been, or where he is now, if I could find him and speak with him.
You should ask Gallet about Captain Greenhide.
It was the boat you sailed on?
Yeah, the boat that I sailed on was the boat that I brought Gallet aboard on. Captain Greenhide treated me with kindness, took me aboard. Eventually, after a long period of time, I became his first mate, learned all of the ropes, grew accustomed to my life on the sea, although I always had this nagging feeling of not being where I'm supposed to be. And so I suppose that the constant change of the sea helped me with that. The only thing I remember about my life before the box is a dark room. The slow dripping of water. It seemed like an endless pool. And I have a sister, a twin. Her name is Valère. That's all I remember.
I don't know if it comforts you or not to know she has been missing you and looking for you all these years. If somehow your whole self is restored, she would be very happy to see you.
I'm sure that I wish that I could fulfill that. I hope that that comes to be, although I worry that she will be disappointed when I fail to remember a single thing about her. Other than that she was very beautiful and that she feels like the first cool breeze of summer.
Well, I think for now, we won't say anything. I don't want to get her hopes up. But
I do remember one thing. I asked Captain Greenhide, being curious, of course, as to where exactly he liberated me from, and he said that I was in essentially a vault in Palea.
Palea. Whew. Interesting.
It seems that
There's...
yes.
Oh, no. You
It just
are
says,
talking, and I can't hear you, actually.
Yeah, he's cut
So-
over you. It seems that I had been sold at some point to someone, and that's why I was in a vault. I am not sure as to what that reason would be, or if even that's the true story, but that's all that I remember. Never really spoken about it much until now.
I don't know if I have any more questions. I'm sorry. I feel bad that our first interaction is for me to just ring you for information. I wish we could have met on better terms. And I hope that we get to meet someday face to face. But just know that anything you have said today, any help you have been willing to give, appreciate it with all my heart, truly.
Understood. I'm grateful as well for the chance to interact again. And before he goes, he turns to you, Alok, and he says, when you feel like the time is right, might be now, might be whatever, tell him that it's not his fault and that he vanishes.
I look at Gallet. He's looking kind of sad. Can I like insight if now's the right time?
Sure.
Is that something I can figure out?
Sure, yeah, roll an insight check. I'll let Gallet tell you if that's like
Yeah.
something you can determine.
Shit.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you know right now, buddy. You can say those words. They mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Okay. I'll nod and. Cool. So this stays between us, right? All this weird
Yes.
stuff.
Absolutely.
For how long? I feel like they should probably know eventually, right?
Well, at some point, I will want to go places and look for Suli, but right now I don't have enough information for that to matter. So I'm not sure. And if Gallet, you have been tasked by this entity to become a great sailor. My god, my cats are freaking out. Then I think whatever path we're on, you're walking it right now.
Can you please leave?
Yep. Just quietly leave. And on my way out, just say, thank you. I know it was hard, but thank you. And I'll walk away.
After they leave, Gallet will take off the ring, put it near the bedside, put a cloth over it. I'm sorry. And he'll just weep himself to bed.
Oh no. Oh god.
Incredible.
Full fetal position. Full fetal position.
Okay, inspiration to all three of you. Ruby. I didn't forget about you. Ruby.
Oh, I
That first night after everything goes down, you are making your regular prayers to your god. You where would you be making these prayers? In your room or elsewhere? Maybe on the island or on
definitely
deck?
in my room.
In your room. Okay. You are in your room, and as you are praying, you feel the hair on your arms stand up, and then your hair gets poofy, like your scarlet red hair poofs up, even the ones in your beard, poof a little bit. And like there wasn't any. The sky was clear previously, but it begins to rain onto the ship. Um, and you can kind of, as the rain falls, you listen to it almost like entranced, and it's falling in these rhythmic patterns that eventually you can start to hear a voice within. Um, and the voice says, "My child, you have done well."
Thanks. I mean, I kind of sucked ass in battle, but I mean, I healed some people. That's cool.
That is the nature of the storm. Sometimes a storm will swallow ships, strike a tree, and burn a forest to the ground. But sometimes a storm is the difference between crops growing or dying. Sometimes a storm creates the fire that causes a forest to be stronger. There are always two sides to everything. There is never only one. There will come a time to soothe, and there will come a time to strike. I know that you know well how to do the latter, but I believe the former will come in time. I wish you well in your travels, my child. Although I will warn you, as I warned you a few nights ago, he is coming. He is getting stronger with every waking moment. And there will come a time where even I will not be able to help you against him. You will need your own strength then, but I trust you will be able to find it. And then, with one crack of lightning and then soon of thunder, this storm, which has lasted for like a couple minutes, dissipates into nothing.
I stick my hand out to catch a couple drops.
The last drop plops into your hand, and it like stays there and like grows and swells, and it just like sticks there, and it becomes like solid, like a solid ball of water. Um, and like as you're playing with it, you're rolling it around. Um, you hear Priscilla's voice one last time as if it's emanating from the water. Um, if you once again find somebody on death's door, as you did earlier today, have them drink of this water. And it kind of like finds the nearest like mug from the kitchen or whatever, or like flask, maybe the empty flask from earlier that you guys had fed Buru. It like slinks into there and shuts itself. Cool.
So,
Buru. Oh
Could
yeah,
I-
anything else? Yeah.
I also wanted to grab one of the war forges that were like Mark V.
Yeah.
I grab one and then just like keep it in my room.
You just keep it? You want to just keep one?
Well, because I don't know that it's just like it was kind of like hit. It hit hard. I was like, damn, these like, and like the whole idea of duty, like
Absolutely, you
do.
can keep one. Yeah. I will say you probably
Okay.
would have had to keep this. This would have been a group effort of like going back into the laboratory,
Okay.
or maybe on your way out. Probably on your way out,
We had to go
like
back to the
initially.
cannons.
Yeah, you had to go back and you took it back. You guys got the cannons. Tink is gonna be able to operate them from a distance. Probably beef them up with time. So yeah, you grab a little Mark V Warforged. Do you name him anything?
It's not really about like a pet. It's more like the symbolism of like
Okay,
stopping
got
something
it.
that's supposed to happen, that's imminent. Yeah.
Cool. Absolutely. You take that. Eventually he kind of gets used to you in the same way that they all got used to Palm eventually and stopped attacking her. He just kind of chills in
Okay.
your
Oh,
room
great, perfect.
and will randomly at sometimes like, run around like a crazed toddler and then settle back down against the wall. Just at intervals. At night you will just hear boom 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 boom, and it just stops. Cool.
Aw.
They're all yours. Think of a name though. I want you to think of a name. And you don't.
Okay, I will think of a name actually.
If you don't think of a
Yeah.
name, somebody else will. For sure. It'll be Simon or something.
No, absolutely not.
Damn it, Simone.
Buru.
Name it Mark.
Mark is a good one. 4G. Buru, you make it back down to the stockade. It is the day that Palm is being released and handed over to you guys. She kind of steps forward to you, and she like hair still kind of like a mess. Like she's gotten a fresh change of clothes. She's been given like the old monk robes that she had come onto the island with that were stripped from her when she was arrested. And she says, "I heard that you spoke up for me."
Are you safe?
You mean, am I in danger, or are you saying, will I be a danger?
Yes.
It is not an uncommon knowledge among those with experience with our people that the pendulum of madness swings faster with us. However, I believe that once I'm off this island, perhaps I will be more able to clear my head. I
Inside check.
roll for it. A 9? Dude, she's so cool.
Oh, she's so cool.
She's so fucking cool, man. What will you do with me once I'm aboard your ship? Am I to fight for you? Or what is this? What is this exactly?
I think we should send you home. It's first chance we get.
Back to Hadsey. I see. I consent to this. Perhaps it's time that I get a new mask. And she. Do you walk her to the ship, or do you let her find her way back there eventually?
I'll let her walk by herself.
She walks on ahead of you, and then she turns back, and she says, "There are times when a mask means identity, and there are times when hiding behind a mask is our way of dealing with the fear of having to look at who we are. Do you understand the difference?"
Uru bows.
Thought as much. She turns and walks away, and her feet leave kind of like ashy imprints on the wood as she walks. You all eventually go back to the ship. You spend some time there, and Oren is hammering away. And there was one night in particular where he asked you all to not be on the ship. He says, listen, the last piece of a thing that's got to be done is I need everybody to not be here in order for this last bit. Don't worry, I'm not gonna go anywhere with it. I hope by now you trust me. I mean, I look at her; she's in beautiful condition now, about as close to perfect as you can get. He's so fucking cool.
All right.
Oh, you said he's cool. Insight.
Gallant, trust
Dude,
me.
he's
Gallant,
so
trust me. He's
fucking
fine.
cool, man.
So fucking cool, dude.
He's literally the coolest fucking Texan accent fucking shipwright dwarf you've ever met in your entire life, and likely will ever meet.
You want to
Yeah,
join
we're
our crew?
fine.
Do you just want like just throwing that out there? We got a position
Listen.
for a shipwright.
There's a reason I'm on this island, and I can't be as easily bought or talked to as the other people you got joining your little crew. Bit unnatural if you ask me, but I guess you're captain of the Reaper now, which is kind of a trip now I think about it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Look, listen, y'all can watch from a little whiles away. I just can't have anybody on board for an hour. You can watch and make sure I don't leave with it or anything. All right?
I trust you wholeheartedly.
Fair enough.
I'm sure you do. You seem like the type. I love having people just say that for no reason. You all kind of watch from a distance, and Oren notably does not bring his hammers or anything. He kneels on the deck, and you see, like, after a long time, like there's like a deep, like something being released, and you see that the ship, like some of its like holes repair themselves, or remaining damage like repairs itself, and you can see that the ship actually gets bigger as this is happening. It like as if growing more rooms to house the extra people that you're bringing onto the ship. And there's like a
I
flash of
whispered to
light
Gallet,
and a
you
strange
need to tip
glow.
him.
And Orin like exhausted, stomps back down the gangplank and says, "She's all yours." Um, looks back at it very wistfully, like kind of like lingering on it way too long. It says, "Make sure you take care of it better than that bastard Aramis ever did.
I will.
Understood?"
Yeah. But also, my dad
All
was a
right.
shipwright. What the heck was that? That is not what shipwrights do. I.
There's
What was that?
listen. I suppose you got to find out eventually. But I think that some things are better found out in your own time. So I will say this: the Reaper is not a normal ship. Never
Yeah.
has been, never will be. It was built a very long time ago
Okay.
by a little old lady named Olivia Oddham. So I have a relation to the ship. That's why. Listen, the actual extent of the damages would have been way more than 1,000, to be honest with you. But I decided to repair it for a ridiculous discount personally because I got some attachments.
Yeah, that's.
Um, but the Reaper, you better treat her with respect. You understand?
Yeah.
She is no normal ship. And I'm sure that there will come a time where you realize why that is. And I
Oh,
wish you luck when that happens.
would this be around the day that we would be leaving?
This is like towards the end. Yeah,
Okay.
like
Okay, then I'd be like, all right. So there's still some stuff about this ship. Counterpoint. Just to keep it safe, you should tell me everything about the ship.
ooh.
Let's go.
All right. There's a save here, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. I'm gonna roll 1d20 plus 2. All right.
Yeah, it's totally fine. It's gonna be fine.
Oh,
Yes!
that's a nat one.
Give me it.
He's addled briefly, and he says, "Listen, the Reaper. There's something going. Listen,
Mhm.
uh, back in the Age of Pirates, there were 5 legendary ships built in that time, captained by 5 legendary pirate captains. There was the Gale, the Leviathan, the Shroud, the Viper, the Maiden, and then a 6th ship was built. The tail end of all that, that was the Reaper. I can type out that list, by the way.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
The Nina the Bitterness, that's a better.
Right. And, the, and this ship is one of those legendary ships. It's been around for a very long time, and there is a magical field around it. It can never truly sink or truly be destroyed. If it is ever destroyed, there is a tiny bottle that has a ship in it. It hangs around Aramis's neck. And Suma, I think you might recall Simon telling you about this. If the ship is ever completely destroyed or sank, it will reform itself inside that bottle and be able to be released onto the sea again. As far as I know, there's I believe more enchantments that my old great grandma put on it, but I'm not frankly not sure what else was going on. All I know is that the ship is magical and it has some very deep stuff going on with it.
Would you
Um,
happen to know the other captains of the legendary ships? The names?
I mean, I have met them personally. Um, their secrets have been Listen, when a pirate ship has reached legendary status, their captains are named after them, not the other way around. If that makes sense.
Okay, so like the Red Wraith isn't exactly a legendary captain. He's sort of like low tier, actually.
Perhaps.
I'm trying not to show up. I'm a bit miffed that Greenhide isn't amongst them. Like, oh yeah, so they're so great. They're so great. Okay, yeah. Thanks for everything, man. Yeah, I'll pat him on the back. Hey, everyone, we should probably be getting going within 8 hours. We need to probably,
Cool.
like pack it up. Let's,
While we resolve that, Suma, I think you want to ask something of Miela before you left. Oh no, she's on gonna be on the ship, so you can just ask her now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or whenever, I guess.
Yeah, I was worried that we would leave and I would miss her, but if she's going with us, I have all the time in the world. But yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a strange conversation, but I will go to her and Dell since I kind of need Dell to translate a little bit. And also,
I guess you could use the message cantrip if you really wanted to.
oh, that's
if you
great.
have it.
I do have it.
Cool.
I do have it in my cantrip. So, yeah. Still, just to be polite, I think.
Although, I think if you cast speak and comprehend languages, it would temporarily give you I think that would apply to sign language.
For the duration, you understand the meaning of any spoken language that you
Oh,
hear.
that feels problematic. So I'm gonna say that counts for ASL.
That does feel problematic, right?
That feels problematic, right? I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
You should be
I
able
agree
to
with your
speak
interpretation.
in semaphore if you cast comprehend languages. You should be able to speak with flags.
Yeah, I feel like that is a fair.
I feel like that's a fair ruling. Yeah.
So okay. However, we're communicating. Somehow we're doing it.
Which one do you choose?
I think I'll choose comprehend languages because message has to be a certain number of words. I think, unless
I think message infinite. That's sending, right?
I'll just use comprehend languages to make it
cool.
easiest.
Cool.
But before I do so, I will go to the both of them, Miela and Dell, at the same time, and just be like, I am hoping to have a conversation with Miela, if that's all right with you, but I can do it through somewhat arcane means, which means you won't have to use your voice. But if I don't want to overstep my bounds, I know the way that you communicate is a personal choice. So if you'd rather it go through Dell, that's okay too. But I don't have.
Do you have it cast already? The spell cast already?
Mm-hmm.
She signs to you that yes, I will speak. I want to speak to you directly. She seems excited at the prospect of like getting to sign to somebody else other than Dell and having them understand her.
Okay, cool. And yeah, I think that in this case it's like, or I guess she can understand me anyway. She just can't speak.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. Miela, first of all, I'm so excited that you'll be coming with us on the ship. I think the two of you will be a wonderful addition. I got some information recently from my family who live in Tirai, and I
you see
had
she
a question
pales
for
at
you.
that. She almost instinctively takes a step back as soon as you say Tirai.
Don't worry, you're safe.
She nods.
My sister is a better woman than I, and she has been looking into something rather dire that's been happening on that side of the archipelago. And I'll relate what I guess you wrote in your letter.
Yeah. She hears about that, and you see that she gets very sad and like very distressed, but also that she isn't surprised. And she essentially she tells you that like she knew that this might be happening, and that is one of the reasons why she ran away from Turai to begin with and lived in Magan. She says, I'm sure that that's the funny man that heard me sing.
Such a creepy name. It's like an episode of Criminal Minds.
I love Criminal Minds.
I was wondering
The
if you did, 'cause
unsub.
I was like, I see you, I feel it. Anyway, yeah. So I just say to her, anything that I don't want to. Oh God, I'm just poking into people's pasts today. I don't want you to feel like I'm asking anything from you, but my sister is a good person. She's trying to help these people, and if there's anything you can tell me that I could relate to her that will help her apprehend the funny man.
She signs
I would
back.
love to relate it.
She signs back. It's because of me, essentially. She tells you. He heard me saying, it's bad enough when people hear me talk, but it's always, always worse when they hear me sing. He was the last straw and the reason why I had to leave. And she says, I don't know if there's any way to stop or to break whatever curse it is that happens to people when they hear me. But if you can do that to him, I think maybe it'll make everything stop. It all began 8 years ago. I was working sort of as like a custodial staff at the Grand Auditorium in Castia, the Castia Auditorium. And one day I decided to get up on stage and sing like I saw everybody else singing. And I didn't know that there was somebody in the audience. He came in through the door and he was laughing and telling jokes. I think he might have been some kind of maybe comedian or like a comedic actor who was coming in, maybe to rehearse before his show. And he heard me, and from that moment on, I think he became whatever it is he is now. And she says, I know it's my fault that I didn't choose this. It's hard when everybody wants something from you that you can't give to them and that you don't even really have. They get really mad at you and frustrated with you and angry with you, and they want to hurt you for not being what they want you to be. They want to hurt you for not being the treasure that they're seeking. And I think perhaps that is what drove him mad. I'm sorry for those people, but I can't return there.
No.
I hope you understand.
No one would ask you to. And in fact, I think it's best you stay as far away from there as possible. But thank you for saying this. I think many of the things that you said, I think even a spark, if it helps her to find him, I think that would make it worth it. But just so you know, this crew, they're a rowdy bunch. I mean, you saw in the Cork and Cove. But they're honest, good folk, and I think they won't expect anything from you that you can't give.
And she signs. The last thing she signs is, "As long as I stay quiet, they won't."
I love to bring up people's trauma. Oh
She's
God.
a very sad little
Yeah,
siren girl.
Have you seen my dog?
Um,
Have you seen my dog? Jace!
Jesus Christ.
Dude,
very
now on,
cool.
everyone, go to Suma for any of your psychological needs. He is
Yeah.
available.
Yeah,
Da-da,
yeah.
da-da-da.
If you don't come talk to him, he will talk to you.
I come to you.
Trauma hunter, multi-class.
Yes, good.
Cool.
I'm done
It is the last night on Lagan. The ship is fixed. All of your crew members have been added on. The ship, the Reaper, a little bigger now and a little more full. Finally, untethers its ropes from the docks at Lagan, and with kind of a very fortuitous breeze, a gust of wind pushes the Reaper off into the direction of the Gallon Republic, where it will be headed for Palestrom. Where a lot of things have been stated to happen, a lot of intrigue has been happening over there. And we're finally back en route to our original destination. After like weeks now, a couple weeks now, I guess a week and a half or so have passed. We're back on the same route. I hope you all had fun on Lagan. You managed to thwart essentially a genocide there, which is great.
Unfortunately, though, we one of us did leave a matchstick as we left, and we will not be returning.
That is
It's
unfortunate.
horrifying.
No.
Not like this.
I look behind me as we're leaving, and I like we never got to go diving.
Oh, no.
You got to go diving.
Next time.
In the interim, you went diving.
Okay,
Sure,
okay.
I did.
sure.
um,
Whoever wanted to go
um,
diving,
is
there would have been
Rotwood?
time for that.
Sick.
Rotwood still alive?
Rotwood was kept alive for a little while longer. His last wish was to see Palm one last time before the other Mark Ones executed him for blatant treason and conspiring behind the council. And Palm refused.
Mm. Turns out
Uh,
organic and non-organic men suck. Sorry, Tom.
They're trash. So you all leave and you see a moment where like Palm is kind of at the back of the ship, kind of watching the Lagan float farther and further away. Dell and Biella are in the kitchen. Dell is like just like grumpily cleaning dishes, but the crew is really happy because they brought the rest of their like food from the Cork and Cove aboard the ship. So like the food quality has increased significantly over the past couple of days. Tink has been going around. They have repaired the flap that was stuck. He's been working on repairing those cannons, and he has outfitted the cannons that you stole from Rotwood's laboratory, and put them armed the Reaper with them. But they're not like below deck cannons; they're like above deck cannons. Like he has like fixed them in place so that you can fire on other ships like from the deck instead of having to be down like the cannon area. Um, Aurelius spends his time mostly on the crow's nest. He likes his peace and quiet there. Every now and then you'll see him shudder and convulse and like lift a little bit off the ground before coming back down. And you can tell that he's had some kind of prophecy or omen that he frequently chooses not to disclose. Um, uh, and yeah, you all having experienced a lot in the past couple of days, sail off to your next destination. And that is where we'll leave off for tonight. It got super late. Nobody said anything, so we just kept going. There's a lot of emotionally charged conversation. Um yeah. Anything that you want to have happened in the interim time can happen. maybe put that in the like the RP chat, or like talk to me if you're like, hey, could I have gotten this like while we were on the island for this time? But we will end the session there. We will not be meeting for another 2 weeks on Wednesday, April the 7th. So I will see you all there. Thank you all for a great session, and congrats on surviving that combat. I was worried after. I was like,
2 cannons. It was like, oh god.
I was like the 2 crits, and I was like, whoa. Am I gonna have to change some numbers here? And I didn't have to change any numbers, so it was sick.
I think we had cannon fodder there with Suzanne.
Oh yeah, that's the okay, the actual reason to bring Suzanne to get hit.
One more body.
Shield.
I don't want her.
Unfortunately, it was only one turn. But...
You know what?
Yeah. She went in, fired 1 arrow that like got disintegrated, and then immediately got knocked out with a critical hit.
Imagine if Ruby took that hit. That would have been like.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
That would have been very bad. That would have been very bad.
Okay, now that I know the real reason why you brought her,
yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Good idea.
You know, it's a good team building exercise, but like, you know, in the back of the mind, it's like, you know, she can get a hit. You know, it's all right.
Yeah. Very cool. I did not expect her to go down that fast. I didn't expect you to go down either, Jason. I was really surprised. I was like, holy shit. He had how much HP? What? When did that happen? That was not in my calculations.
Yeah.
Very cool.
By the way, just throwing the question out there. Are we leveled up? Just wondering.
I'm gonna say no this time around.
Okay.
I'm gonna let level 3.
Yeah.
It's 1 combat. I'm gonna let level 3 simmer for a bit.
I know this was a long session, so
That's
I
fair.
didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cool.
by the way, another question.
Yeah.
For the find familiar thing, for when they popped up, should I just subtract 10 gold?
Sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That works.
I also have a question. Really
yeah.
quick. During all the free time I had, I want to study the book, the ASL book.
Yeah.
Do you need a roll for that, or is it just?
Here is what this is gonna be weird. Okay. You've had a period of downtime. I want you to roll a percentile dice. So roll like 1d100.
Get that 100. Let's get this.
78. So I will say, like, you become familiar with roughly 78% of the vocabulary of this book in this period of downtime. I would say, like, that doesn't mean that you're fluent.
Yeah.
It's more that you can recognize that sign when it is signed to you. So I think that it will take some time to cultivate the ability to fluently do it yourself, but you can definitely recognize like roughly what Miela would be saying or Dell would be saying. If
it's more important that I can read it or like understand it.
Yeah.
I'd probably ask her to like actually show it to me in person so I can see what's happening.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not easy, so.
And she appreciates that greatly. As you spend time with Miela, she continuously gives you inspiration by like playing, like she like pulls out like an ocarina and like plays music for you. Sometimes as you're working on learning sign language, she kind of lifts your spirits and kind of gives you a little boost by.
That's where the 78 came from.
That's where 78 came from. Yeah, cool. Any other things we gotta get out of the way?
You got it for Ruby. Just so like, how many like shatter stones do you want? We got some downtime.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's.
I got an arsenal.
No, what? I think as many as we want, honestly.
You want me to give you, like,
and then for the days, if you have room, sure. And then for the days that we're there, can I just use all my spell slots to shatter so I can put it in some rocks?
You have 2 level 2 spell slots. Shatter's a level 2 spell.
Yes.
You can fill 2.
But we were there. Okay, yes. We were there for how many
I will
days?
say you were there for a week, so you'll have 14. Okay. I will say there were like 20 stones there. You have filled 14 out of 20. I'm gonna regret that. I did not
Okay.
think that you guys would bring. Oh
Yeah.
God, I did not think you'd bring
Oh,
it
wait, wait,
with
wait.
you. Okay. Yeah.
While we're talking about this, I was
Did you bring the
promised.
poison? Did you bring the poison?
Yes, I was promised this. Can I have the venom?
Yeah, you can have that tank of venom, for sure.
Okay.
Yes,
How many? How many we
Wait.
bring?
It's
Multiple?
incredibly. I will say, Tracker confiscates most of it, like for her investigation. You could keep one big tankard of it.
Okay.
Does Scout still have the snake?
One.
Gal still has a snake.
Snake is snake.
Snake.
Oh, we do have that.
I will introduce him to his own brethren because we have one of his own.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Huh. I'm thinking about a lot of things right now. Good thing I have 2 weeks. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna try to get some one-on-one time with all the crew. Well, all of the B5 before we get out of here.
Cool.
Out of
Yeah.
I posted it in the between adventure stuff.
Cool. Awesome.
Not tonight, right?
No. No.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Very cool. Yeah, it is pretty late now, but I will say thank you all for soldiering on during this time. I really appreciate it. It's gonna be a hell of an episode.
Oh, yeah.
We'll looking forward to see how Talon's gonna alliterate this title.
It might not be there's one that was an alliteration because it just fit too well. Skeleton.
Just like Venom and Vials or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Skeleton Crew was very good.
Skeleton Crew is pretty good. Cool. That being said, good night to all of you. I'll stick around for a little bit if anybody has any follow-up questions or anything like that.
I do need to get with you.
But
I
feel
just
free to.
I just need the stats for feels. Like I don't know if she has frog stats or if she has her own stats.
I will say just take the normal stats of like a normal maybe like this frog like a regular frog familiar, right?
Yeah. There's just a regular frog familiar.
Okay. Regular frog familiar. Increase the AC by 1.
All right. Armor class of 12. Hit points 94 minus 1. Yeah.
I will say 10 hit points.
10 hit points.
Yeah, it's a fragment of a minor
Okay.
minor nature spirit, basically.
And so what do you do with purifying?
Yeah, and she can purify certain liquids if give it enough time.
I'm outie.
Cool.
Good night, everybody.
See ya. Good night. Good night.